Have you ever had a dream that you could don't you could you don't you could you want don't you could you could don't you could you don't you could you want don't you could.
Oh, yeah, what's going on, gentlemen? Trying to figure out why this one chat I'm trying to use isn't working. I seem to get music going. Okay, let's see if this makes it work now. Still fucking nothing. And that's so weird. You see the messages elsewhere. Oh, thank you for the follow, Aiden. It implies to me it's an OBS setting because it's definitely connected. Something I'll work on later. Oh. Samuel here to bully people off Arsha again. Wait, is that you, Samuel Bullier, or is that wait? It seems like it's somebody else. That's not Samuel. That's not Samuel. No, I know who Samuel is. Arsha's Arsha, right? No such thing as bullying on Arsha. Yeah. Oh. Thing about Arsha, it's the Wild Wild West, right? You don't get to pick your enemies. You decide to grind on Arsha, anybody can roll up. And that's what the channel's for. Nah, Arsha's for grinding. That's right. Stand on that shit. Huh. You know what? You know what all the PvEers should do? The PvEers should unite and take over Arsha together and push all the PvPers off of it. That will show them. That'll teach them a lesson. Yeah, I'm thinking about doing the LED thing. Something that I want to do properly, though. I don't want to get cheap LEDs. Mutiny against the PvPers, yeah. The PvEers should PvP the PvPers off the PvP channel so the PvP channel can become the PvE channel. Ooh, that'll show them. That'll show them what's up. We have a bit of a longer stream today, you guys, but we're gonna have a few small intermissions. Ooh. Trying to get in trouble? Thank you. Okay, let's get our grind on, chat. Oh, good grinding song to start too. What the fuck happened yesterday, by the way? Why the hell did I get grind for like fucking 6 hours and only get one debo? That's actually kind of crazy. Oh shit, are the GM buffs still there? Probably not, right? Fuck, what was it, BA1? I got so distracted. There's no shot they're still sitting there. That shit was like, what, fucking 20 minutes ago? Come on, people, load in, load in, load in, load in. No, nobody here. No. Oh my god, look at this man. What is he, a man or a fish? Hey, baby. It's fish. How do I get out of here? What's up, Pokes? Look at your face. I did. What in Tower Nation? I'm surprised you don't have the outfit dyed to match. I should restart my game. You start early? Yeah, today I do. Saturdays I usually start early. This Saturday and next Saturday is going to be slightly weird with me taking a couple of brief AFKs. But pretty soon we're gonna be getting into just longer streams in general. Okay, now we hit the grind. We gotta go back to the back rotation. That's the problem. We're in the wrong rotation. We'll go back to that rotation if the EU guys need some leveling. Actually, there's probably a decent spawn here for them to sit too. I wouldn't be surprised. I wonder if they could sit in the cubby. I wonder if the cubby would be close enough to everything. Did you guys see Dan Clancy put out another post yesterday? His Pirate Softer was saying something like, basically he was talking about how silly the new system is going to be by just putting a cap, which I agree with that. If you know approximately how many views are on the channel, why don't you just remove them from the view count in real time instead of applying an artificial cap? Maybe a cap is harder to bypass. This was my thought process, right? Is if they remove, like, let's say they detect that 300, it also goes back to being weaponized. It does, right? Let's say it goes back to, let's say they detect, hey, this stream has 300 bots in it. And they remove those 300 from the view count. Will the person then just try to double the amount? I don't know. Will they try to just compensate? But yeah, what happens if people then weaponize it, right? What if somebody does that and then puts a cap on somebody's stream for a month? It's true, right? You could say, hey, this person, I want to stop them from growing. So, or I know they have a big stream coming up. So I'm going to actually send a bunch of bots in their stream for a week. Get them to apply the cap. And now when they do that big event, their viewership can't go above the cap, right? I know, it just seems like not a very well thought out way of handling it. Although one thing that Dan posted in there was apparently 0.37% of the viewership on Twitch is from embeds. Seems like a ridiculously low number. I can't imagine it being that low. That makes me think that maybe they believe that number, but maybe their detection methods aren't that great for seeing what that number truly is. If they genuinely believe that. Is there a way for websites to prevent their video or media players being embedded at all? Probably not, right? There's probably always gonna be a way to bypass that. Yeah. I'm gonna wait till he pops in. He and I were talking about it briefly last night too, and he even said the same thing, that 1/3 of a percentage seems ridiculously low. Yep, catch you in a bit. Good luck out there. Hopefully you don't run into any PvP. Make sure you put the fucking grocery cart back. Otherwise, I hope somebody PvPs you. I'll be the first to ult field there, yeah. Okay. Already the same amount of Debo rings as yesterday. It's gonna be a good day. Well, we didn't do our little AOS investigation. Let's see. What did the people finish off at? We now have 2 Radiant. 1646. Still 2 stages. Ooh, Kirby went on a little win streak last night. Fonda went on a lose streak. I suspect that these two might be the only 2 that finish top 100, but I think it's going to be a fucking struggle to finish top 100. God, he's fucking struggling. Lead Speed's on the other end, like he's trying to make a fucking Awaken work. He's trying so damn hard. Fucking Pinks is actually making it work though. What the hell? Pinks? Turns out Awaken Maywood's been sandbagging this whole time. Oh, let's see Seraphs. It's gonna be interesting after the changes to see what happens to all these Seraphs. See which ones maybe hold, which ones still climb. I suspect there's gonna be a good chunk of them that crash. I can see Liger holding. Pinks is playing suck. Oh, did he just play the last game as Awakening? That filthy fucking cheater. Cheater, pumpkin eater, making us think he's playing Awakening. You can never trust these Maywas, every last one of them. Absolutely despicable behavior. Oh, man. Looking older today. Yeah, and I'll be a day older tomorrow too. That's how life works, fella. That's how life works. How many more years of grinding are you gonna do? I don't know. Don't really pay much attention to it. Why don't you keep me updated since you're so invested in it? Waiting for the convergence. What's the convergence? Sounds interesting. You have my attention. Oh, you know what I know. Anyone have the choice copy pasta? Yeah, I do. I had to save that shit. It was too funny. This is with the two things for the AI text-to-speech, right? The Peter Griffin things in there.
I've been analyzing graphs and streaming longer than you have ever been streaming. You're not better at it than me. You are not better at interpreting data. I graduated from my university with the highest possible fucking honors in finance and statistics and mathematic derivatives. Like I am a numbers guy, and I'm telling you that I analyze data.
God, I fucking love Joyce, but that was such a goofy thing to say. When it's so blatantly obvious that he is not even looking at the data. Maybe he is a numbers guy, but he's certainly ignoring this data. World and fiction become one? Oh. Yeah. Neuralink's gonna come along, upload me into the internet. I'm just gonna be able to sit here, grinding mods to the end of time, chat. Yeah, and that would be the end of time. Duh. The server shuts down and you're in it, that's the end of your time. And the Seraph clip? Oh, I don't have that. There's a bunch of clips made of my stream from yesterday. Looks like it might be included in there. Dragor was the one that showed me the clip. He could probably give you the original. With that picture you sent me of Dukes. So what is this agreement? Does he have like a certain amount of games to hit yellow or something? Is that what the conversation is? I think Duke's fucked up. I don't know why he took a class that he's never played and agreed to do that bet with it. I'd understand if he had a chance to prepare for like a couple weeks. But going into it completely fresh on Ninja, like despite them making the lingers longer on Ninja, it still is one of the harder classes in the game. So I don't know why he thought that. I don't know. How you doing anyways? Let's see. Where's the dose at? Man's already on the next flavor of the month. No, not up there anymore either. He's gonna get the money, but it might be 200 games before he does. Yeah, I mean, it's a 2-month long season. That was a really good way to throw away $200. But is it really throwing it away if you make him fucking have to play that many games on a class that he's having issues with? Did I say $200? I might have been mixing up games and bucks. It's a good way to throw away $50, but is it throwing it away $50 if you make him play 200 games on a class he's not comfortable with? Not really. That's kind of content. I don't know why he took that bet in that capacity, though. He should have been like, sure, but you got to play Warrior and let's see how high you get. And then you both compete to see who gets higher, right? Like, Duke sucks at making bets. You got to think about it, right? If he plays, how many games is he at? Let's say he does play 200 games. An average of, let's be very generous and say 10 minutes a game. 2,000 minutes. What is that? 30 hours? Let's see. 2,000 divided by 60 minutes is 33 hours. That means he's basically doing that for $1.50 an hour. You're making that man suffer for $1.50 an hour if he plays 200 games, and it might be more than that. Holy shit. That's fucking value. That is value. Oh god. Where's the message? Does he think he's better than Dracul? I mean, to be fair, Dracul never has been top 100, but he never played AOS. When AOS just first started, that's around the time he quit. But he was known as the first goated sage. Why don't you get into Blues Guild PvP Academy? It's for new players. I don't know, I just feel like I need a better understanding of the game before I join a guild like that, you know? I'm a little too new, a little too green. Not gonna lie though, that shit would be content. Hopping in there, all of the streamers should go in there. Ooh, and you know what? You know what I haven't had in a while? We used to have this place when I was younger that had the greasiest fries you could ever get. They would give it to you in a double paper bag because one paper bag wasn't enough. But they were so goddamn good. And I remember I'd go in there, I'd get a bag of those fries, and then I would put the salt and vinegar on there. Mmm. I love vinegar. Vinegar. Don't be fucking weird. Must have walked into the tail end of a Five Guys and Burger Talk. Peanut butter and toast. Pepper. I'm not playing anymore. After you guys, I see what you're trying to do. John. It's a passive. Yeah. Sweet Reaper mozzarella sticks from Jack in the Box. Not that bad. Sweet Reaper. Are those supposed to have like the California Reaper or something? Like, are they supposed to be spicy? I feel like when a lot of places refer to Reaper as like a buzzword, or when they use it with their food, they're using it as like a buzzword. Like the AI of food. Spicy food. You just add Reaper to it. Or ghost pepper. Probably 0.01%. Yeah, exactly right. Okay, I was wondering where those pings came from. There was another ping as of recently, though. Where the fuck did that come from? No, not there, not there. I need to go through like a lot of the discords I'm in and just leave a whole bunch. There's a lot of discords I'm in. You set them to mute? No, I just need to get rid of them. I have a bunch muted, but I just have too many. I never use them. Point in sitting in them, you know? I never use them and I just keep them muted. Is Blue planning on taking his academy into like one of the lower sieges today? One of the cap sieges? That might be some content tonight. What's a good take for Awakening Sage main? I've tried 20 others, but I can't grasp them like I do Awakening Sage. Hash, Striker are two pretty popular classes that people take to Sage. Yeah. His whole goal is to get people pumped into the PvP scene. That's good, though. I mean, it is a good thing, right? I think we need more ways in the game. If Pearl Abyss isn't going to do it, we need more ways to get new players to the game introduced to PvP earlier on before they become settled in their PvE habit. So this way they understand that it's not a big deal if you die to another player. Just respawn, go again. It's not, but like so many of them get so hung up on PvE and they feel like the second they die to a player, like their honor and their family has been insulted. And they act like it's the worst thing that ever happened to them. And it's fucking unreal. People need to realize it is not a big deal if you die to another player. That motivates you to get stronger, get more gear, get better, learn more classes. It is like that. What do you mean? It doesn't have to be, though. The issue for me is I got to spend a long time just to get the basics of PvE. Not that really long time, though. I mean, PvE comes pretty quick. You can hop on in any class, and you could be pretty, like, sure, maybe you won't be at 100% of your grind speed, but if you're not at, like, 95 or higher of your grind speed by the end of the first week, I don't know. It is, to me, literally dishonors my family's legacy. Oh yeah, 10-shot buffs are nice. Some people let others affect them too much. They do. And I'm not saying don't let them affect you, but let them affect you in more of a positive way. Someone comes and whoops your ass, let it light a fire under your ass. Say, hey, shit, I want to get stronger. I want to learn how to fight that class better. I want to get better at my own class. Look at it as room for improvement. Right? You have 3 factors. You have the gear, you have your own skill, your knowledge, and then your own skill and knowledge of the matchups, and then you have the classes. And you obviously don't have control over how strong other classes are or how strong your class is, but you do have control over how geared you are and how good you are. So at least do your best to, you know, improve at those 2 variables. You'll find more often than not, too, assuming gear is equal, a person on a bad class that's good is often going to be an average person on a good class. Like Norelio and Zerker? Or like Dukes and Dragor, right? Duke's putting Dragor in the dirt on Seraph. That's a good player, an exceptional player, dominating a flavor of the month reroller. He must be AFK. Either that or he's fuming. Weak bait, yeah. With the Huntler. Weak bait. Speaking of Wizards, though, I wonder how they're doing. How's Fabby doing? How's Hunt Dog doing? Ooh, 74 and 77% win rate. Look at these win rates. Well, except for Klaus, he's not. He's on Awaken though. The Awaken Wizards, the Suck Wizards are fucking kind of clapping. What the hell? Look at these win rates on all these Suck Wizards. Even fucking Pernicles is almost a 60% win rate. Maybe I'm a Suck Wizard, chat. You're sneaking in Suck skills. The thing I'm using is the Taurus Palm and Void Blast. So when you have these learned, if you hit Shift X and oh, I guess I just did it. Hold it, it'll do both of those abilities. No, they buffed it. It wasn't any time recently though. It's been a little while, Murderbot. No, right? Barricades and stuff have to be upgraded after the fight is started. Hasn't that always been the case? Or has the PvP Academy just begun? Like, am I crazy? I mean, I don't build bases, so maybe I didn't know, but I'm pretty sure it's been like that since the beginning of time. Also, why are they announcing it at 8:30 a.m. right now? They changed that for Node War. What do you mean? So you can have them pre-upgraded before the Node War starts now? Wouldn't it make more sense just to announce the thing that changed, not the thing that didn't change? Do they think that after half a week of this patch, that people forgot how upgrading in Siege works? Why at 8:30 in the morning? Maybe they could send a global message to NA and EU at the same time. Whoever did that, and it, what time would it be in EU right now? Like fucking approximately 2:30 in the afternoon. Give or take, obviously, depending on how far east or west you are. You got it too? Okay, well that would make more sense, because then it's the middle of the afternoon on a Saturday. That's more reasonable. It was changed. This was added as a known issue. Oh, so it's supposed to be the same way in Siege, but it still isn't. It's still the old way. Is that what you're saying, Lappy? When they fix that issue, you will be able to upgrade stuff before the Siege starts? Ah, okay. Now that makes more sense as to why they made an announcement, because people would be like, huh? How come my shit's not upgrading? What's going on? How long am I going to be grinding Sakurai today? Fucking damn near all day. Damn near all day. Yeah, no, definitely more noticeable. I mean, just look at this right here, right? This is proof of that being true, Laffy. I would have never looked at the known issues to see what's going on there. So, the fact that your little announcement brought up the conversation means that it's true, right? It works. Could you snatch a boost from me? Sure. Absolutely. By the way, god damn it, I can't remember his name in chat. Bright Flame. Your archers still need a level? Or anybody else in your guild? Need an upgrade? Or level? I logged in and immediately screwed up and broke a crystal, was ready to quit. Then you showed up blasting on Awakening Sage. Yeah, crystals aren't too bad. Until you get comfortable with a class, dude, you can just use cheaper crystals. Awakening Sage in general is pretty squishy in PvE. Luckily, it's quite mobile. I mean, that is one of the advantages of them moving so many of our stuff to forward guards, is in PvE, forward guards are actually more comfortable. What did they change or buff the place now? Oh, you just come back recently? They buffed it like, what, 3 months ago now? I feel like it was March. They just made it a endgame grind spot. Obviously, made the mobs hit harder. Made them tankier. Yeah, there's... So the thing about Awakening Sage that makes it easy to pick up for PvE is you can just hit R&B before any ability, right? You can hit Shock Relay before any ability to speed it up. But it's not ideal, right? It's obviously way better than slow casting, but you eventually want to learn the appropriate cancels. And once you learn the appropriate cancels, the class speeds up quite a bit, and you'll feel your damage go up quite a bit. It's spamming Shock Relay every time will put a pretty big damper on your damage. I mean, it's both, right? It's definitely both. I mean, I got my BSR up most of the time. Like, it's up for... Well, it's not up anymore. Oh, it's off. But now it's back on. Let me see it before I have an upgrade. Before I do a summon, if there's anybody from EU that needs a level up. How many Drac Bottoms next week? At least one! Me, chat! Me! The Sage Compendium has been a big help. It's really good. It's really good. It has, actually, dog, type... What puts a command in my YouTube stream? But type !Sage Guide. There's a link to a really good, well, Sage Compendium that was made by a sage by the name of Archive. That is extremely useful for new Awakening Sages. You don't have to read it from front to back, but I mean, there's a nice little index there that, you know, whenever you're curious about something specific, you could just reference it. Kiwi, what are you doing up so early? The hell? Couldn't sleep? Oh, shit. You came to listen to the sultry sound of my voice to lull you to sleep. I get annoyed while grinding. You know what you gotta do? Just keep changing it up. Ask yourself, what do I want to play today? Do I want to do hunting? Do I want to do gathering? Do I want to do horse training? Do I want to do grinding? If I want to grind, what class do I want to grind on? Keep changing it up. You don't have to just do one thing. Yeah, pocketing a skill is basically just putting a skill in reserve, right? To use at a later time. So, for example, I'd actually have it locked. I guess there's not really much of a reason to pocket Finishing Touch anymore. Like Interrogate, for example, right? This ability right here, not this one, but right after this, right? You can pocket that. So something you can do, let me wait on the cooldowns, is if you cancel out of Lightning Prison, right? Now I can do a whole bunch of different other abilities. I accidentally fucked it up. I think I was a little slow with the Radiant. It's not really useful but it is technically something that's there. See? Radiant is a really fast acting ability, but if you keep chaining abilities together and don't break the chain at all, then you can do the interrogate after a variety of abilities. But like I said, it's the same key press as Radiant Annihilation, and Radiant Annihilation is instant, so you have to actually be pretty quick with it. Yeah, if Interrogate wasn't like the most fucking worthless ability in the goddamn game, maybe not that bad, but it is really fucking bad. Yeah, that could be actually pretty cool tech to use, right? You could also pocket something like Automagia, for example, right? You can do, like, normally to do Automagia, you have to do, wrong ability. You have to do this, and then you hold RMB and it does this, right? But what you can do, although it's risky, right, is you can do your energy and then hit your C swap, and now it's pocketed, right? So if I want to use it, right, I can come out of Rift Chain. While I'm in Rift Chain, hold RMB, and then I can come out and do it. That's pocketing, right? You're just basically saving the ability for later. You used to... The most useful pocket in the past was for Finishing Touch, but they later made it so you can use Finishing Touch on its own. So not really as useful anymore. Oh, okay, last call, by the way. I don't want to keep Valkia waiting too long. I mean, I guess I could always just summon on my tag. This might be a good test, too. I'm going to summon you into the little cubby, Valkia, and we'll see if you get XP from the whole rotation in there. Well, you can't keybind those flows I just did. One thing a lot of people don't realize is when you take a look at these, you'll notice that there's different shapes and stuff, right? And if you see abilities with a square border around the outside, these are all abilities you can hotkey. The other ones you can't hotkey. The abilities I use, like Automagia, doesn't have that square border. You can't do it, right? Interrogate. Same deal, right? So it has to have a square border, or you could read the tooltip in order to put it on your hotbar. Okay, I'm summoning you. But Wakendosa, it's too boring to me. Let's see if you get XP from the whole rotation there. I think it's going to be pretty close. I played Suckdosa before I played Awakendosa. If Suckdosa didn't actually have the little ghost dudes, I'd be much more about it. Hey, what's up, Glitch? Need of a new chair? Yo, you want to get a DX Racer styled in Black Desert theme? Use my code. You get yourself a little discount, get me a little kickback. An ergonomic one. This chair's pretty good. Like I said, it's more about the styling, but it's surprisingly more comfortable than I expected, right? I thought DX Racer was going to be a lot more about form than function, right? And it definitely is a hell of a lot about form, but the function's pretty good too. Let me know when I'm done with the rotation. Oh, I guess technically I have done a whole rotation. See, this is a pretty close to the furthest I'm gonna get. Oh, maybe that next pack. Oh, what's going on here? Okay, let's see this pack. This one might be out of distance. Oh, it's still in distance. Maybe this pack. Oh, it's still good. What a blissful box would contain? If you mouse over it, it should show you. Yeah, it looks like the whole thing's covered because I'm about to definitely start getting closer. Refresh my loot scroll? Good idea. Sounds like a song that should be part of like an anime or something. Oh, is it? Oh, okay. Bright Flame, I was asking you, but you weren't paying attention if you needed a summon down here for a level. Or if any of the other guys need to level up. Oh, you still got your weeklies? Gotcha. Okay. Level 65, I need to leech. I mean, probably would be better than overnight dummying. Maybe it's time to set up an overnight AFK AFK leeching Discord. Make sure there's always somebody grinding underwater with 4 people in the party to leech. You need to dummy your DK up to 66. It's actually better to grind it up. Dumming doesn't really become worth it until after you hit level 66. Yeah. It's been almost a year though, right? I hit 67 just before Adania released, and that was what, in August? So it's gonna be less than a year from now to finish us off. Unless Adania 2 has some really boosted XP numbers. Probably around the new year. Maybe. Sounds reasonable. If only Underwater was the best XP or some of the best XP in the game when I was grinding it for how many years, I'd probably be level 70. Any crystals from the pouches? I don't know what you're talking about, pouches. Are you talking about the ores? Yeah, I've got crystals from those. Is Orbita still stupid lethal? I mean, it's only lethal if you don't pay attention to the golem dropping on your head. You let it land on your back. That's the shit that kills people. Just don't be complacent in your grind. Pay attention when they're spawning. Don't stand in the laser beam of the normal golems. Don't let the big one land on your head or behind you. Outside of that, it's not that lethal. Just those two things you gotta worry about the most. You played Sud Guardian, then it shouldn't be lethal for you at all. That class is tanky as hell. He was so funny. What? Now we're just making shit up. It's a perfect example of somebody hearing what they want to hear and not actually listening. Is Sakurai Upper worth it? I don't know. If you're going for the merchant ring, it is. I don't know how good the money is there. Still doesn't make it true, though. Right? Just another list of examples of you misinterpreting situations to your own liking. This is why we can't trust anything you say. This is why I stopped engaging in some of those unnecessary arguments. What's an example of a joke? Or more example of cope. Are the passes for the Olvi Academy 1 silver for new players, or they gotta cop up pearls for them now? Probably pearls. Did the Academy refresh? I actually haven't even paid attention to it. Thing about history, writing histories, you can also delete it. True. That's the fucking truth. Whether you tried to delete history, whether you tried to manipulate history, the truth will always remain the truth. By the way, Dukes, how'd you get roped into this little challenge with Dragor? How many games have you played so far? I was doing the math. If it takes you 200 games at 10 minutes a game, you're basically doing this challenge for $1.50 an hour. This man basically got away with paying to torture you for $1.50 an hour. If it takes you 200 games. If it takes you 100 games, then it's double that. $3 an hour. You plan on keep playing Ninja? Yo, if you're actually starting to have fun on Ninja, then you're the one that's actually getting away with a free $1.50 or $3 an hour or whatever it might end up being. If you're actually having fun with it. That would be extremely hilarious if after this season, actually maybe that's what we should see. Once this AOS season is done, we see Dukes versus Dragor, Ninja versus Ninja. Ooh. If after this season, if you beat Dukes on Ninja, that'd be funny as hell. If you beat Dragor on Ninja, that'd be funny as hell. I'm a Dosa main, you're a dodging main, that's what you are. Who do you think the best ninja in NA is? I don't know, I think they all have their strengths and weaknesses, right? Blur right now seems to be dominating AOS. He's always been a very good performing ninja. Obviously, Armin deserves a shout out. Very, very, very good ninja. Yellow, obviously insanely good as well. Right? These guys, all three of them probably have moments where one might be shining a bit more than the other. I don't know if I feel comfortable calling any of them better than others. Does Yellow still play? Yeah, he's been playing more recently. What other ninjas are there that I think deserve to be up there with those three? I'm sure there's some that I'm missing. I mean, Block Jump's always been pretty good. Mazap's always been good. I don't think BJ plays anymore. I don't know if I put Block Jump up with these other guys, though, that I just mentioned. I guess it's kind of hard with Mazap here, because, like, I think he's been kind of off and on with the game. But yeah, maybe the most noticeable three is probably Yellow, Armin, and Blur. Henny? Does Henny still play right now, though? Because, yeah, Henny came to my mind, too, but I feel like I haven't seen that man around in a long time. And he's another guy. I don't think he's necessarily up there with those three, but I don't know if I feel comfortable saying he's far off either, right? He's definitely extremely good. My vote is for Armin. Dude is crazy. The thing about Armin is... How do I phrase this so it's not misinterpreted? I feel like Armin is an exceptionally good player because he has an absurd amount of class knowledge of other classes. Like, that really, really helps Armin a fuckload. And you can see it through his, like, shoutcasting. Where... I think... I don't know. Yeah. Oh, never mind. And class knowledge goes a long way, right? You can have very... You can have, like, maybe just slightly above average reflexes, slightly above average positioning. But if you sit there and, like, have a lot of class knowledge of just how people are going to move, how people are going to try to approach you and catch you, and what their positioning is going to be before they try to maybe engage for a grab. Like, that knowledge, even though you might be very, like, you know, maybe just a little bit above average in those other things that are more important in the moment, having that knowledge can really excel you to look quite exceptional in those regards. Right? Because it'll put you a step ahead, not because you're actually like really fast at reacting, but because you know
The signs of what's about to happen, right?
speaker give me points back. Did the voicing not work? Oh, never mind. I just paused right when you redeemed it.
Shut up, bitch! I'm a diva. I'm a diva. I'm a diva. Not a diva is a female version of a hustler.
Cowboy gave me that, yeah. He actually didn't give it to me for the audio, though. He was showing me a clip of something, and Trep was doing that in the video. And Trep stole the show, and I had to make a sound effect of it. I can't even remember what the clip was about that Cowboy was trying to show me. Yeah, yeah. There's a variety of layers, and like I said, right? If you are confident, like if you know that your reflexes aren't the best, you can make up for that with expanding your class knowledge, because you won't need to react as quickly to something if you can see the signs of that thing about to change earlier, right? If you just try to react to the warrior solar flare grab or frenzied charge grab, which is the more popular way now, just as he's going for the grab, you know, you're going to have a harder time avoiding it. So you got to have better reflexes. But if you know how that warrior is going to try to position himself before he goes for the grab, then you can mentally prepare yourself. Okay, he's getting within that distance. I know his grab's available. You know, I know that I'm about to do this ability and he's looking for me to do this ability, right? Then you can prepare yourself. And it'll make you appear as if your reflexes are better than they actually are, because now you're already mentally prepared for it, right? You, in some cases, maybe even manipulated the person into doing what you want them to do. That was one reason why I kind of liked the Lightning Prism change, right? With it going to forward guard, is because it's a very obvious ability. People now try to get around it, and you can use that to your advantage. You can use it to try to bait people in. So it's not like a complete disadvantage that it's a forward guard. It's also a lot about like pattern recognition too, right? There's some classes that have been made so linear that they follow a very similar pattern when played. Like a Wagyu is probably one of the most notorious for it, right? It has a very linear playstyle, and once you start to notice the pattern that almost all Wagyus do, and then you know where the CCs are in that, now you know, just try to bait that, and then once they throw those a couple of abilities that are the threat, after that, you know, you have a few seconds to do whatever you want. And there are classes that will have, like, maybe not necessarily their whole rotation is a pattern, but they'll have patterns within their rotation, right? Or within their play style, where certain abilities, you know, and this is not necessarily a fault of theirs. This is also the way the game is designed, right? Some abilities just come off of other abilities quicker, so that class knowledge, right? If you see that preceding ability, you'll know that there's a high probability that he throws the other ability off of it because they cancel together, right?
Shut up, bitch!
Yeah. Same with key presses, right? There's some key presses that it might be unnatural to
Shut up, bitch!
to do a strafe to the right or to the left, right? And they might always move after that ability. If somebody's coming at them, they might always move to the left. And paying attention to that
Shut up, bitch!
to help you out in predicting where they're going to be. You know what the funny thing is? I can just turn off the effects so I don't hear it and you guys just hear it. I'm gonna have to go AFK here briefly in a moment, Valkia. I don't know if you pop buffs, but you might want to swap while I go AFK. Why is this not working now? Do I already have another tab open? Oh, I do. There we go. Okay, I will be right back, chat. Oh, shit. Fuck, man. Good stretch. I'll be back in about 10 minutes or so. Chat, we have a problem. We have a big old problem, chat. We have a 13-year-old boy we got to beat up. You with me, chat? Why? Because apparently he asked my daughter to be his girlfriend. Okay. Excuse me. Okay. Get back to the grind. In about an hour, I gotta take a much shorter AFK. That was the longest one we'll take. We technically have 3 more little breaks we gotta take, but the next ones should be half that time at most. By the way, everybody, don't forget, tomorrow is Mother's Day. Make sure that give your mamas a call. And don't make the tragic, if you're a new father, don't make the tragic mistake I made the very first Mother's Day, where I told my wife that she's not my mother. And we didn't, I thought that we didn't have to celebrate the very first Mother's Day. That was a mistake you only make once. How much did that cost me? Almost everything. Almost everything. First Mother's Day, right? My daughter would have been, what, 4 months old? And she's like, what are we doing for Mother's Day? I said, I don't know, you doing something with your mother? She's like, no, us. I said, what do you mean, us? She goes, well, I'm a mother. And I was like, you're not my mother. Fucking mistake. Fucking mistake. So don't make that mistake, you guys. Yeah. What if she's prego, no kids yet? Still a mother. Still a mother. Definitely don't gamble. Just... You have everything to lose. Also, another lesson, never eat a pregnant woman's cupcake. I made that mistake one time too. To be fair though, it was her own fault. We were living in an apartment at the time. She was pregnant, we hadn't bought our house yet. And I'm standing there doing dishes when she walks in the door. And she puts a cupcake beside me. And she goes, Claire, who was their neighbor, they owned a Portuguese restaurant, made us cupcakes. And she puts it on the counter and then walks to the bedroom to get changed. And when she said us, I thought she meant like her and I, and that was my cupcake. I didn't realize when she said us, she meant her and the girls at work. And that was the cupcake for her that she brought home. So after getting changed, she walks back into the kitchen and she sees the sad remains of a cupcake wrapper sitting there on the counter. And she goes, "What happened to my cupcake?" I said, "What do you mean your cupcake?" She goes, "That was my cupcake." I was like, "What do you mean? You put it beside me and you said they made it for us." She goes, "I meant like us at the work." I was like, "Oh shit. I hate it. I thought you meant me." Yeah, another terrible mistake. Be very clear. I should have asked, is that cupcake for me? That's entrapment, right? Why would she put it right beside me? And then I had to make cupcakes? No, I am not a baker. I can bake a mean peanut butter cookie, and that's about it. Actually, I make pretty good pizza dough and bread. I haven't made bread in a while, actually. Making me want to make bread now. I don't know. Tuna and pasta. A tuna pasta salad actually goes crazy. Maybe that's what I'll have for lunch today. Shit. Either that or maybe like a white cheddar grilled cheese. Whispered you? Oh, shit, yep. I like how you've already learned that I just fucking, for some reason, I just don't pay attention to in-game chat. I even made the font bigger, and I still don't notice it. Did that invite not work? Are you still down here, or do I need to summon you? Resend? Oh, the invite? Okay. You're still down there? Okay, you might have to come run over to this rotation, though. Go stand next to Valkia in the little cubby over there. And it covers the whole rotation. Do you know the way to this rotation? The back rotation? Because I could come get you if you don't. So you don't get lost running around. Chili chicken and rice today. Ooh. How are you cooking the chicken? I'm assuming when you say chili chicken, you don't mean like chili with chicken in it. I'm assuming you mean chicken that's seasoned with chili. Like chili seasoning. On my way? Okay. That reminds me, I should pull something up for dinner tonight. My wife's gonna be cooking when she gets home. Fresh chilies? I think you mean chilies, right? Whoa. Otherwise, I don't know what a chili is. Okay, yeah, yeah. Yep. Right beside where Velky is. She's getting the whole rotation from that spot. Ooh, how's the Steam controller working out? You liking it? Do you like it better than your 8-bit dough or whatever it's called? Pretty sick. Ooh, might need to get one. I've been in the market for a controller, as you know. Might be about time to pull the trigger.
I'm a diva. I'm a diva. I'm
up,
a
Dom?
diva. Not a diva is a female version of a hustler.
Damn, nice. I can't use controllers. I don't want to use the controller for BDO. I want the controller for like, remotely using my PC from upstairs on television. And like letting the family play like some Steam games and shit like that. I mean, the family PC there is a decent PC. Run most games as well, so... Although, maybe not. I guess it has a... I guess the graphics card's kind of old now. It's my old 2070. I guess it is kind of dated now. But I mean, there's a lot of very basic games that it definitely would be able to run. Your hands are all busted so you can't grip them correctly? What the hell happened to your hands? How'd you bust them up? You a boxer or something? Boxing when you were young? Yes, look at that. You love the music? It's very different. People are queuing up stuff very different than what we normally listen to. Normally it's metal and rock. So don't get used to it. You're gonna be AFK for extended period? Okay. I'm gonna be AFK here and there. In about an hour, I gotta go AFK for about 5 minutes or so. And then in about an hour and a half after that, I gotta go AFK for like another 5 minutes. And another hour after that, I gotta go AFK for like another 5 minutes. Oh damn, Orphic already thrown ass. What the hell? Fuck, it's still 10 a.m. Lame? Yeah, you typed it wrong. Nope. The fuck? I know you can't stand it. Dick Bandit. Done landed. Theodore's handed. Oh, is that the lyrics?
And splaga blaga 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 blom 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 beam 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 spiggity boom boom yes 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 yes.
Anyone have a pick of Jedi with no makeup on? That's kind of a weird thing to come here and ask. Why don't you ask in her chat? Well, what's this? Oh, the mapping. Okay. What is that little UI over where it says Glory and Ruins? Is that like a Steam UI thing? You don't want to ban. I mean, it's kind of a weird question to ask here. Why would we have that? You don't just keep pictures of people. Vistanity has a video of it when she was losing her shit, had a video asking her why she wasn't wearing makeup. Oh. I didn't even realize that was a thing. The bottom stuff is just the Crimson UI, but that top part of the custom UI is I set up to be able to quick open stuff with the controller in Crimson. Neither do radial, a square menu, or a scroll menu. Oh, that's sick. God damn. I got a quick question for you, Kandar. Maybe you know the answer to this. This is in regards to the conversation we were talking about last night. Dan Clancy's post. And Pirate Software's post, really. Seems like Pirate Software implies that you could make it so nobody can embed your media players on any other sites. Is that true? I feel like that there's no way that you're able to do that, right? Can you actually do it so people can't embed your players from your website on any other sites? And there's no workaround? You can do that. So why wouldn't Twitch do that then? I feel like everything's a double-edged sword, right? Obviously, stopping anybody from embedding any Twitch player on a website obviously is going to remove that benefit of people who use it appropriately. But I feel like this alternative where people can use embedding to inflate their viewership illegitimately, I feel like if you weigh the pros and cons of either, it's very obvious that just making it so the Twitch players can't be embedded is the better of the two options. Is this a good spot to grind? I like it. It's my favorite spot. And there's no way that you could make like an extension or a script or some bullshit that lets you bypass that and still embed? They just need to change the viewers to only registered logged in viewers and no inflation would be there. The thing is these bot accounts are still logged in too, so that wouldn't really change anything. You would not only need them to be not only just logged in, but you would need them to be like verified accounts as well on top of that. I guess in regards to embedding, it would do that, but I don't know if that's necessarily. Like I said, I don't want viewers to have to verify their accounts and start giving Twitch more personal information. The solution was simple, then it would already have been figured out. Yeah. That is the truth. That is typically how a lot of things go, right? How YouTube not taking bots so seriously? Because live streaming isn't as big of an issue, as big of a thing on YouTube. Typically, like when you're browsing YouTube, you don't see a bunch of different live streams. You'll typically only see the live streams of people you already follow, but it's very rare that they just randomly pop up. Looks like YouTube in general puts a lot more emphasis on just videos, right? Sometimes the simple solution gets blocked by a business decision. Yeah, true. But I think that is a fair argument to say that maybe that's why it's not so simple, right? Because you'd have to make a business argument to not do something. Like, there's obviously some type of benefit of not doing it. Otherwise, why wouldn't they? This the days when you could also stream porn on Kick? Why? There's so many websites and stuff out there. Why does it have to be? You could legit go to Google and type anything you want. And you have the freedom to do it. Thing is I don't want, I don't know, at least in regards to Twitch, I want Twitch to be primarily a gaming platform, right? I miss those days. I don't want to be like, yeah, I stream, I do this, check me out on Twitch, and then fucking grandma goes, oh, Twitch, what's that? They go to Google, they type it, and on the front page there's some fucking woman shaking her ass, right? Everything on display. I don't want that to happen. I don't want my content to be beside that content, you know? So, like, I'm glad that, you know, obviously Twitch could do better, but I'm glad in general they tried to make sure that this channel or this platform is that if people are going to get as close to that line as possible, they're kind of in the corner doing their thing. You have to go looking for it. It's not just popping up on the front page like it did for a little while there. Hot tub streams, and that's the thing, is they moved those to a corner, right? Instead of being in the IRL section where anybody could stumble into if they were trying to take a look at IRL streams, now you have to actually go looking specifically for it. It's its own section, and that's a really good way to do it for Twitch, right? Because now advertisers can choose whether or not they want to advertise alongside that content, and obviously most advertisers do not. And as soon as you remove the money incentive from something, you stop that behavior quite dramatically. Like, how many, like, think of how, I can't remember, was it during COVID or whatnot? Take a look at how popular that hot tub section was during that time. Or the IRL section, how many hot tub streams there were. As soon as they removed the advertiser revenue from that, and made them all get into a specific section if they still wanted to do that, all of a sudden, like, it's a ghost town. The BDO category is more popular by a mile than the hot tub section. The golden era. I disagree. If you decided to do a stream grinding while in a hot tub, it would have to be in the hot tub section, right? That's otherwise my channel could get removed. I would get a suspension for improperly categorizing my content. You got a teleport? I'd like a boost. I already used my teleport. I mean, surely you can instantly TP here, right? I'm sure you've been up or Sakurai before. Just buy an ancient relic shard and TP'd it down here. Or surely you have a telescope, right? You could just TP to me. New account. There is no shot you're going to be playing an alt account on NA. What? Why? Oh, probably because you're not allowed to play another class until you reach the goal, but now you want to start playing something else. I thought you just said you're having fun with Ninja. Why are you so eager to play something else now if you're not having fun with Ninja? Dukes is on Ninja? Yeah. He has a bet with Dragor. He has to hit yellow before the end of the season, and Dragor will pay him $50 on Ninja. Basically, one of two things have happened. Either Dragor is paying Dukes like $1.50 an hour to play something he doesn't want to play, which is a steal for Dragor, or Dukes is enjoying it and he's getting a free $1.50 an hour doing something that he wants to do anyways. Ranger has very long legs. Dragor thought Ninja was such a difficult class, there's no way I could play it. Define play. What I want to see is after this bet is done, Dukes, I don't know if you heard me earlier, what I want to see is you versus Dragor both on Ninja. Because he played it for some time, now you're playing it for some time. I want to see the Ninja v Ninja 1v1 after this bet is over. Yeah, that's how every class is in this game, Zimchi. Just muscle memory. How long till you muscle memory a class? Depends on the player. Some people are quicker than others. Also depends, like if you already play a class that's similar to another, right? A lot of stuff might translate quicker because there's similarities. Once you get the muscle memory down, it's as easy as for Zeth, it's under 5 years. It's a lot less than that. It took 2 seconds for my muscles to remember how heavy your mama was.
Emotional damage.
Chill. I'm sorry. The day before Mother's Day? Well, I certainly can't do it on Mama's Day, you know? It's either the day before or the day after. I gotta get it out today. How do you guys highlight your message like that, by the way? Oh. I guess you just send a highlighted message. Never mind. My on-screen chat doesn't show the redeem. Herder.
I'm a diva. I'm a diva. I'm a diva. Not a diva is a female version of a hustler.
No, my Croix, stop using that voice.
I've been analyzing graphs and streaming longer than you have ever been streaming. You're not better at it than me. You are not better at interpreting data. I graduated from a university with the highest possible fucking honors in finance and statistics and mathematic derivatives. Like, I am a numbers guy, and I'm telling you that I analyze data.
Shut up, bitch!
I'm getting hacked.
Hold on to my boosting. I am. Yeah. I don't mind boosting people. I mean, it affects my XP, but it's not that big of a deal. Levels don't mean that much. I prefer, though, if you're like level 68 or 58 or higher, so then I can still get loot. If I am going to level up people lower than that, it'd be nice if I got them all done at once. That's when it can get annoying, right? If I have back-to-back people who are coming here at level 1. You're 68. Wait. Why don't you boost me? But yeah, you can come leech. I'm on Serendia too. You really like the number 68? For some reason, I just can't help it. Like, every single time I go to say 58, I say 68. Did it how many times the other day? Oh, Dragor. I was about to say, you must be getting that ready. You need to make one, Calb, you need to counter and make one of Dragor. And have Sage, Seraph, Ninja. Was Guardian ever in a bad spot since the class released? In regards to PvE, no, it's always been pretty solid. I think at worst it's been average PvE. In PvP, I mean, it's definitely had its ups and downs, right? It's a slower class, and when it's a higher damage environment, it becomes difficult for it to avoid damage. I'll make a list of what he lost to Dukes. Okay, Cal, what the fuck? You know what you missed, too, Dragor? If I'm not mistaken, Calb started with Striker. That's a weird picture, Dragor. I'm pretty sure I'm married and you're both single, so why don't you two go and fuck each other? Scripty. What's Scripty? Calb used to be a Divios fanboy, Striker Sage with the big hat. You want to know a funny story? That used to be my hat, and then Divios stole it. I had to stop wearing that shit. I want the Sleepless Sun hat, though. I want the Sleepless Sun hat that Wizard has, and I want the Etheria Marine hat, and I want the Dark Marshal hat. All three of those would be banging on Sage. Etheria Marine the highest, Dark Marshal second, and then the Sleepless Sun third. That's the order of, like, if I got to choose. Jotaro? I don't know who Jotaro is. I just like really big wizard hats. The one thing I don't like about the Jolly Winter hat is it gives you long hair when you wear it. And it's the same thing with the, is it called Crimson Flame hat? It does the same thing. It gives you long hair and it puts it in like a ponytail out the top. By the way, a more accurate naming scheme for that picture, Dragor, would be you as the dog, Dukes is the female, and Frosty is the big guy. That would be far more accurate. You heard me? Did I stutter? He's washed? Well, maybe now. I bet if Frosty came back and brushed up on Kuno, I'm sure he'd take you both for a walk. I feel confident. They would instantly nerf it? True, they would. It is so funny how, like, Frosty played for so long, begging for Kuno changes, and as soon as he fucking quits, that shit comes in. It's kind of fucking tragic. Okay, gotcha. Boo boo. Oh my god, you are level 68. What the hell? That's kind of funny because I was like, yeah, you got to be 68, and I meant 58. Fucking was legit 68. Okay, you met the requirement. Perfect. Can you TP to me? Yep, absolutely. I'm 68 too. Can I come leech? No, you're not. You filthy liar, you're not. Would be funny if you compass me there too. I actually don't have my compass available right now. I summoned Kia already. I'm surprised though, if you're level 68, I'm surprised you haven't taken the time to go get your telescope. You got 0 rares? Holy. Why? And to be fair, those last 2 wins, Dragor, you won on a completely busted class that just got nerfed into the ground. So I think you could still count the first one when you're on Maewa, but the other ones... Oh, no problem. Says the loyal Sage player. Don't forget that. Remember, I'm not like you. I didn't fail to succeed on Broken Sage. You 1000% did. Stop playing. He did lose to Dukes on Sage. While Dukes was on pre-buffed Warrior. Yeah, cope. Weak bait. If you were on Sork, then why did you not fight Dukes on your Sork? Why did you choose to pick Sage? And don't give me this bullshit, because Dukes didn't want to fight a Sork. Why the fuck is that his choice? Dragor, your super exciting clip that you sent me of you playing Sage was you getting a 10-person catch in a node war with Void Gateway and still failing to kill a single person. That was the peak of your Sage. That's the clip you show when you're trying to show off your Sage. I miss gateways. You should play Suck Sage. That shit fucking slaps. That ability is so broken on Suck Sage. Fucking 7-second cooldown, screen wide AoE float. That fucking does massive damage. It is crazy. Yo, what's up, Frost Goose? How you doing? Suck is icky. Suck is relaxed. When you're doing fucking large scale PvP with it, it is so relaxed. I wonder if I still have the old video. No, I guess I don't. I mean, you say weak bait, but here you are trying to fight it. Turns out it wasn't that weak, or it only takes weak bait, one or the other. Man decided to say weak bait, and then still typed a fucking message about it after. Oh, shit. Too funny. Can you tell it to me? You need to grind? Yeah, absolutely. I'm on Serenity 2. You're lucky you have the platform. You'd look like a fool otherwise. Trust me. My platform does not do anything to prevent me from looking like a fool. If anything, it accelerates it. Puts that shit on screen in 4K. Oh my god, you are 68 too! What's with all these high-level losers? Get out of here, you guys making me look bad. Need to grind more? I know. I need to grind the right spots. That's the problem. I need to stop AFK fishing and shit too. I just need to be perma dummy mode in the night. Slacking. I did, but now I'm back in bed. Oh, well. You should have just bought a traveler's map. If you're in Belia, use a traveler's map to go to Ilya. Run to the north side of the island. It'll take you about 3 seconds. Run, like, swim straight out north. And then you'll see Sakraya underwater ruins pop up on your mini-map while you're still on the surface. Just escape, and it brings you to Upper Sakraya. Then you can talk to the NPC. You'll have the teleport for next time. And, you can just buy 5 relics and TP down from there. Man says weak bait, but he went fucking looking for a clip too. Guess what? I ain't gonna watch it because it wasn't weak bait. You got fucking baited so goddamn hard. Either it was good bait or it was weak bait and you're very easy to bait. One of those two things are true. Now that Dragor is weak bait. Funny bait, but weak bait. I'll give you a point. It was clever to throw that in there as bait. If I were a weaker man, you would have 100% got me.
I'm a diva. I'm a diva. I'm a diva. Not a diva is a female version of a hustler. I'm a diva. I'm a diva. I'm a diva. Not a diva is a female version of a hustler. I'm a diva. Not a diva is a female version of a hustler.
Oh shit. Maybe that one should be more points. I think I just need to put a cooldown on it. You forgot PA hates spaces? No, they don't. Because on Crimson Desert, you can actually go into space. Haha, check me. I've yet to do that? Yeah, I haven't bothered that either. It's kind of interesting though that they have that available. Right? Makes me wonder what other limitations they made sure were as far out as possible, so they didn't limit themselves with other IPs.
You need so many answers from PA about what they have in the Abyss? Fuck, I need to do that too. Now that you guys mentioned it.
I want to see your reaction to when the building in the last abyss finally opens. Really? One thing I felt was really cool is as you get a bit later in the game and you start fighting the different ancients and shit. Like, god damn. Holy, there is no shot that is still living rent free in your head. Oh shit. I mean, people are allowed to miss things. What do you want me to say? Like, I understand you missing it too, of course. I mean, bust your balls, and it's funny because this shows how you misremember things. I was busting your balls because you're acting like the class was going to be weaker in large scale without Void, and it clearly was not. Obviously you're going to miss something, right? Obviously. And don't try to pretend like you weren't saying that the class was going to be nerfed in large scale because of the Void change. You 1000% were saying that. But obviously you're going to miss it. I mean, sure, Void Gateway was fun. It was a fun ability to use. Fun fact, you can still use it, it just doesn't have a float. Yeah, despite the fact me telling you and bringing up sheets on screen saying, hey, these are all the things that they are buffing damage-wise that are full movement and they're buffing by 82%. And you still ignored me and you're like, no, Void Gateway float is too important. Sage is nerfed. Now that's weak, Dragor. That's a classic case of deflection. You're like, no, I gotta try to pretend like Zeth didn't just fucking catch me and call me out in 4K. So therefore, I'm gonna pretend like I'm kidding. Oh, shit. Yeah. I mean, and that's fine. It could be less fun for you, and you could miss Void. These things are true. But once again, you were saying the class was going to be weaker, despite the fact of me showing you many ways at the time why it was going to be stronger, and you still decided to fucking die on that hill. And now you're trying to pretend like I was saying that you weren't having fun on it, or sorry, that you... that I was trying to say that, well, I don't even know what the fuck you're trying to say, but you're trying to deflect from what actually happened at the time. No, I did not say that. Get me the quote. I'm not lunar because you're making shit up. You always hear what you want to hear. You demonstrated that dozens of times. You will take somebody's said, twist it, change some of the words just enough to fit your net. Fucking camera. Oh, this shit's pissing me off. looked menacing there. Yeah, I know, right? Shit zoomed right in. I talk with my hands too much. That's the problem. I personally don't want the Void Float back. What Dragor is misremembering is me saying that bad sages get punished for using Void Gateway too much. That's what I said. Because that was one of the fastest ways to actually punish sages. Because they would crutch on that shit. They would use it every 7 seconds, every time it was available. Ask Kelb. And you would just position yourself, and then most of them wouldn't even use click to move to turn it. So you could just get on their back. It was the easiest way to punish bad sages, is because they would overuse that shit. And they would burn a fuckload of stamina because they're overusing it too. Wait, what are you playing now again, Yanu? I didn't actually look when you sent me that picture. Oh, you're on that Dosa too. Who finishes higher, Yanu or Dragor? That's the real question. What are you both rated right now? $1347, going for 1500 today? Hell yeah. Dragor, what are you going for? 1100? 1305? Okay, close enough. Close enough. That's basically a game difference. Maybe a game and a half. I think at that rating you're still getting like 30 points a win, right? That's basically the same. Are Ratro and Retrospect the same person? Yeah. What, you don't like Suck Nova? Is he playing Suck Velk? Shit. Delete all AI classes? Yeah. I don't mind like the Q ability. I think it's called command or something like that. Anytime you have to press an ability for your pets to do something, I'm fine with that. But when any of that shit that fucking auto activates just automatically does shit, it's fucking dumb. Oh yeah. Imagine a bunch of fucking little skeletons running around. Do I do PvP? Not as of lately, no. A little bit of Node War and Siege in the evenings, but I've been just a grind bot for quite some months now. No, silver isn't really that motivating. That's why I grind with XP artifacts on, and I really like underwater because it's good XP. Because at least it gives me something to look at and see some, I don't know, I want to say meaningful progress, but it's crazy that XP feels more meaningful than silver. Considering how unmeaningful XP truly is. $69 by the end of the year. It'd be cool if I could hit 68 before the end of the year. I'm pretty confident I can get pretty close to it at least. I swear to God though, if next year is all about the number 68, I'm gonna be pissed. Because, wait. You're supposed to say, why is 6 afraid of 7? Because 7, 8, 9. You're fucking it up already, Kamu. Let him cook? Okay, why is 9 afraid of 7? Let's hear it. I swear to God, if you fucked it up, I'm gonna point my finger and laugh at you. So did PA just give up on doing Crimson Desert Twitch drops? No, I think it was just primarily for the release, right? I don't think they need to get... They've never done that, Scripty. I can't imagine them ever doing it anytime soon. We've seen multiple times throughout history where they, and we're going way, way back to the first couple of years, but there were plenty of times where there was big, all of a sudden, XP jumps. Once upon a time, level 60 was a big fucking deal, and 61, 62, 63. And instead of making levels easier, they eventually reached a point where they're just going to make XP easier to get. They decided to switch how they did it. Okay, chat, I need to go AFK here for about 10 minutes. Might actually have to make some lunch for the kids when they get back. But, yeah, we'll be back here shortly. If you guys have XP buffs running, you might want to swap characters briefly. Yeah, but that wasn't always the case, Scripty. I mean, sorry, that was always the case, but it used to happen earlier. And then they started making levels, some of the later levels that were, you know, this basically max XP value. They started making them easier, right? And then they stopped doing that because I think they realized that that pissed people off who worked hard to get those levels, and instead decided to do it the opposite way. Instead of making later levels easier, they decided to make XP gain faster. So technically, they're not devaluing other people's time, right? Fucking camera, man. I swear to God. Make sure no mobs follow me up here. Yeah, I'll be back. Okay, sorry about that. Oh. Always additional delays. Why did the music not start back here? What the hell? I sent it back to the thing. Sorry about that. I was supposed to send it back to the PC. I don't know why it didn't start playing for you guys. Oh, it's not poop. Had to quickly go run around the corner. The dance studio isn't far, but for some reason, I guess they were running behind. It was supposed to be, with bad luck, it was supposed to be 10 minutes. I mean, that's what it is, right? There's only 2 weeks left of dance left for the kids. The rest of this week, 1 more week, and dance is done for the season. I have my wrong fishes up. I'll be fine. All the dance moms would be like, ooh, who's she? She's pretty. Ma'am, I fucking love cheese and crackers. That sounds really good. Tomorrow, we're doing a little Mother's Day barbecue. My mom's coming over. And, I should check to see if the bakery is going to be open tomorrow, because I still haven't got any hamburger buns, but I got everything else. I wanted to get the hamburger buns, like, the day before or the day of, so this way they're nice and fresh. But, I should double check to make sure they're open tomorrow. Not necessarily because they'd be closed for Mother's Day, but I can't remember if they're closed on Sundays. I don't want to have to buy fucking grocery store hamburger buns. Well, it says they're open Sundays. Yep. It's like normal hours. Okay. Why don't I grind Zevros? Why don't you grind Zevros? I like underwater. Well, why am I getting a message? Yeah, underwater is better money and better XP, so. And I just enjoy it more. Even if it wasn't better at both those things, I'd still be here. So I just like underwater more. That's really the only reason that matters. So, little story. Just 2 days ago, there was a woman running around just a popular trail around here who was attacked by a man who tackled her to the ground, basically put his knee on her to hold her down and was punching her in the head. Just random assault. She was a school teacher going for a morning run at about 8 in the morning. My wife and I heard about this story. Didn't really think of it, right? Much of it. Anyways, it turned out it was my niece and nephew. So they were driving by and they saw it happening and they pulled over, and then the guy ran off and they actually helped her into the vehicle until the police arrived. She was just a 37-year-old school teacher going for her morning run. Said she saw a man. She just finished crossing a bridge. Saw a man sitting there. His demeanor changed when he saw her, but she didn't think anything of it. She just kept running. And like 30 seconds later, she was hit in the back of the head, tackled to the ground, and this person just randomly started fucking throwing bombs on her. They're still looking for the guy. Didn't find her or find him. Is there concealed carry in Canada? No, there is not. We have really, really, really strict gun laws. So much so to the point they're trying to push them to the extremes. And this is why you can't have, like, popular metropolitan areas dictating the rules for a whole nation, right? Is because, you know, different areas have different challenges. And specifically in Canada here, sure, right, you don't obviously need to be carrying around firearms if you're living downtown Toronto. For the same reasons as maybe, like, if you're living in the Northwest Territories, right? If you're living in a more northern area of Canada, you don't carry a firearm to protect yourself from people. You carry a firearm to protect yourself from animals, bears, wolves. You carry it, too, as a means of survival, right? For hunting. Looks so epic. It feels good. I've always really enjoyed grinding on my Sage. March 2026? Wait, what's March 2026? What do you use for my code? I believe you just use code Zethian. If you type !chair, I think that's what the command is. Shit, maybe that's not it. 1 second. Maybe it's DX Racer? Yeah, there we go. So yeah, use code Zethian, just as it shows there. And if you use that link, I think it automatically... Maybe it doesn't automatically apply it. Maybe you still need to use both. Or that link still works. Yeah, it still forwards it. Oh yeah, and then it puts my sponsor thing at the top. What's March 2026? A lot of people signed up for Twitch that much. Oh, yeah. Not just that whole month. March 1st and March 2nd. And so many of those people, probably about 95, maybe even 99% of them, still haven't followed anybody. Crazy. Crazy how that works out, huh? But no bots, by the way. Remember? No bots. Trust me. If there were bots, we'd know, because her boyfriend is a numbers guy. Remember, he graduated with the highest honors in data, mathematics, or mathematical derivative. I don't even remember how it says it. I can't even remember the whole quote. Highest possible honors in finance and statistics and mathematical derivatives. But still can't see about 17 different points of data that all point in the same direction that you have to reach to explain every single one of them. You never trust the person in the relationship with the accused, yeah. I mean, and that's why they have, fuck, I can't even remember what it's called. But apparently they'll have there's like a thing where your spouse doesn't have to testify against you or some shit like that. Can't remember. It's just a movie thing. What do I know? Or maybe can't, maybe not, maybe just doesn't have to. That's an actual thing. I know it is. Sometimes you wonder if like movies stretch the truth just for, you know, the sake of entertainment. But I'm pretty sure like your spouse does not have to testify against you. I can't remember exactly what it's called though. But they can if they want to, that's right. Is it just called spousal privilege? Is it as simple as that? Is he really ruined? I mean, he's still high impact for when he does have stamina, but it just feels miserable. Because you spend a lot of your time without stamina. It's very easy to pressure an Awakened Sage, but during that first 20-30 seconds, he's going to be pressuring you back still twice as hard because it didn't address the things that made it busted. This is juiced? Fuck. Maybe I won't get level 68 before the end of the year. Marital privilege. It consists of two main types: spousal testimony privilege, which prevents a spouse from being forced to testify in criminal cases, and the marital confidential communications privilege, which protects private conversations during marriage. Yeah, I thought there was something like that. All right. Yeah. Yeah, underwater is a pretty solid grind spot. Right now, I think my XP is technically cut in half because there's 3 of us, right? If I were solo, I'd get double that. I think at 3 and beyond, it's cut in half, if I'm not mistaken.
The moment I main Sage Awakening, I felt it.
I don't think that's
Soul
true,
unshackled.
Captain.
My body no longer bound by mortal movement. I wasn't just playing a class, I was transcending. Teleport? No. Rift Chain. I don't dodge. I shift dimensions. While other classes tumble like toddlers, I phase through space-time like a goddamn anime final boss. Warriors press W plus F and pray. I press R and B and become a concept. You thought your if-frame was good? Cute.
I am literally untouchable. It doesn't make sense that the penalty would drop to 50% for 2 people and then go up to 60%. Or the, not penalty, the acquisition. And I'm almost positive it doesn't go below 50%. But I am certain it is. It's like 70% for 2 people, or 75%, and then 50% for 3, and then it stays at 50% for 3. That's why also you saw the best XP back in the day is there was a certain spot in Gaifen where if you were in a party, there was one of the rotations that was within range of like everybody else in the party, and you'd just get absolutely juiced XP. What's the tech getting Krog buff in here? Guild Manor? Yeah, exactly that. Teleport to your Guild Manor, you can whistle your horse in there. Kind of annoying having to go in and out. I honestly think that they should make the horse buffs persist through death. And make them last 4 hours. Why not? Or 3 hours. 3 hours so it matches the actual house buff too. One shock relay per second? What the hell? That's basically every fucking ability. I haven't looked at the other region suck sages. Only NA and EU. Looks like Kirby had some good games last night. Might be interesting to watch some of his replays. It would be nice for Uncap Wars for sure. Shock relay, grab, shot, no. Wait, yeah. That's like every fucking half a second. Who is this tamer he's fighting? How is he not getting CC'd? Also, what's up with the names? Why is there no player names? Why is it just level? Wait, one person has a name. Why don't the others have names? What's going on with that? Only the tamer has a name. How many blissful boxes I have? No, 40? Wait. How do I have 40 already? I opened all my boxes yesterday. There's no way I got 40 this morning. Is there? Fuck, maybe there is. KR language? Maybe. Maybe if it doesn't have the characters, then it just goes the level. Oh, it shows the level anyways, right? It's just the actual name is invisible. I guess because it doesn't have the characters. Duh. Shock Relay makes the next ability protected in KR? I don't know, something crazy with that. I swear to God, if you spam Shock Relay that much on NA, you'll get CC'd so fucking fast. I just question the actual person. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. 60 for 2, 50 for 3. That's why I thought, like what you originally said, it would go from 50 to 60 for all of a sudden adding an extra person. Seemed backwards. So yeah, I'm getting half the XP. You had to? No, you didn't. You never had to, even when it first came out. You benefited from it, but you never had to. A lot of the cancels still existed. That's why you could even go back to as far as when they first removed the forward guard from Shock Relay. I was saying Shock Relay was canceling for dummies, because everybody just wanted to crutch on it, instead of learning the proper cancels. Bet I could go back to... Actually, I wonder. I can't remember if I typed that in the original Sage Discord. Oh, I guess this message is in 2022. My statement at the time is, this isn't true. I never once suggested that Shock Relay's foreguard should be removed. I told people who were asking about Sage cancels that Shock Relay is canceling for dummies. It's convenient because it cancels nearly everything, but that people should take the time to learn the other cancels. Please don't misrepresent what I said. That's what I said to them. That's not what I said to you. Yeah. They definitely added more cancels as time went on, but there still was cancels for all those abilities. Just people got in the habit of using Shock Relay because it had a forward guard on it, right? Originally it didn't have the stiff, it had a forward guard, and I think it was a 5-second cooldown? I can't remember the cooldown of it. No, you couldn't... I don't know about Bolt in Lightning Bolt. You definitely couldn't bolt into Lightning Prison. I know that cancel for sure didn't exist. I can't remember in Lightning Bolt. But honestly, I can't remember about Enlighten Bolt. Are these spots contested? If you're on the main rotation, it is, yeah. I like this rotation because it's nice and quiet. People typically go to the other rotation for Marnie's Realm, and it's technically a little bit bigger. There's probably like one extra pack worth of mods. I don't grind in a fully optimized PvE setup, so I don't have to worry about overclearing as much. Not to mention I'm kind of a lazy grinder because I stream. I'm doing a lot of abilities that really aren't the best DPS, but they're comfy to do. Yeah, you might be right about that too, Moxito. I can't remember either. If you could bolt Enlighten Bolt. Kind of hard to say. It's been so long now, right? 2022 beyond. Crazy that post was almost 4 years ago now. Mrs. said Cryo memory explosion. I think this is way better. This allows you to get so much more value over the explosion. The thing about the explosion is you didn't always get the full value out of each explosion because sometimes it would explode and you wouldn't have a full pack on you, right? Or the pack would already be almost dead. And it doesn't make sense to just stand still and not attack so you can have the thing one-shot the pack, because that felt redundant. I personally like it better this way myself. Yeah, Radiant Annihilation definitely canceled until Enlighten Bolt, and vice versa. Those always... Well, I mean... Radiant is super fast anyways, so what is a cancel with that ability? I'm pretty sure, but like I said, I can't speak with 100% certainty because it's been so long now. But I'm pretty sure like you could after a Spear Bolt. But I might be misremembering. Like I said, we're talking like 4 years ago. Spear Bolt was unprotected? I don't remember that. Oh, maybe I do remember that. Why do I remember Spearbolt having a stiff now? Did it? Fuck. So blurry now. What is this? Oh, 4 years ago. Oh shit. Look at that. Fucking Lecrashan with the video. 249, Bolt into Enlighten Bolt. Yeah, I was gonna say, it would be really weird if you couldn't bolt into Enlighten Bolt. But yeah, Spearbolt is definitely unprotected there. You're right. In that same clip, almost immediately right after what he linked there, Spearbolt isn't protected. So yeah, I think you're right on that. I know, right? Neither did I, Electroshan. And then as soon as he mentioned this stiff, for some reason I remembered the stiff. Does the attack speed feel a lot faster with the Shining? Yeah, who has a Shining? You might want to ask somebody with a Shining. I mean, technically it's less than 2% more speed. Right? You go from 8% to 10% from a Splendid to a Shining. And since all these buffs are additive with each other, proportionally be 2%. A little bit less than a 2% difference. You get to fail 4 more taps in a couple hours? Yeah. I did mine just the other night, not last night, the night before. We're at, I think, 90 something clicks now? 92, yeah. So not this week, but like the middle or end of next week, I'll officially reach 100 clicks and be, 40% of the way there, because it's 250, right? Yeah. Getting closer and closer to the halfway point. Yeah, mine got pushed back some days too, because I went on, I went out of town as well, so it got pushed back a day. And then I completely forgot the day of my daughter's recital that my rifts were going to spawn. And I meant to actually go and do them first thing in the morning, because we didn't leave until like in the middle of the afternoon. But I meant to actually do them that morning, but I was so caught up with everything else that I completely forgot. And then I got home that night and I was like, oh yeah, my rifts, fuck. Now they're going to get pushed back another fucking day. Is it 30 per attempt? It is, yeah. Yeah, I don't understand why they don't just have them reset at a fixed time. Instead of giving 120 across all your rifts, make it give 150 and respawn every week. Or at least have the timer restart. Like, it'll start already ticking down the timer for the following ones, even while your current ones are spawned. So this way you have like a full week to do them. Either way, right? Like, it's just such a dumb way to do it right now. Just another annoying way to do something in the game. Yeah. Well, technically rifts aren't weekly, right? They're every 5 days, so you can, depending on spacing, have 2 sets in 1 week. But they should turn it to a weekly and just increase it proportionally, right? If it goes from every 5 to 7 days, that's just a little bit under a 50% increase. Just make it give like 30 more stones, 40 more stones or something. I mean, I guess that would technically be a 40% increase. So 40% more of 120 stones would be what? 48 more stones? Just round it up to a nice 50 extra stones. Who cares if it's 2 extra stones? The next Patrizio event? Maybe, yeah. You just found out the ultimate tech? Ooh, I want the ultimate tech. Your room looks sick? Thank you. Yeah, I got it all set up now. I'm happy about it. My own little office. I'm not in the middle of the den downstairs anymore, so if the kids are running outside with their friends, they're not running past me. I could close the door if things are getting a little noisy. I just want to, considering maybe doing some very gentle LED backlighting. I don't want it to, like, be too much. But maybe something to illuminate the shelves a bit more. Maybe, like, this shelf doesn't bother me so much because it has a clear background, so you have that contrast. But this shelf, you can't really see shit on it, right? So if I put a little bit of backlighting behind it, it might kind of emphasize what's there. Purple? Yeah, I'd probably do some that I could change on my own, right? But they would probably be like a very light, more like a whitish purple, but not quite pink. Even a white light would make a big deal. Yeah, I'm typically not really big into the LED thing as well, right? I think sometimes, I think a lot of times people way overdo it. I think this is the main difference, right? If you're using the LEDs, how do I phrase this? If you're using LEDs for the sake of the LEDs, then you're probably overusing them. If you're using LEDs for the sake of emphasizing something else, then it's fine. By the way, my camera responds to hand gestures and I talk with my hands a lot. Every time I do this, the camera zooms in on my face. So it happens all the time while I'm talking. If I start talking with my hands, all of a sudden it zooms in. And then I gotta do it again to get it to zoom out. My camera will also follow me around the room. If I do an open hand, it unlocks it. And then the camera will, oh wait, did I just lock it? Was it already on follow mode? There we go. Now it should start following me, right? So. Then I could even have it zoomed in following me. Like, be like, oh, can't catch this shit. Bitch. Oh, wait. It lost me. It lost me. Wait, hello? Hello? Yo, back over here. Hey, over here. It's not working now. I think I moved too fast. I think I gotta move. There we go. It found me. I jumped out of frame too quick. Are you Italian? I am not, no. But sometimes, with how much I talk with my hands, you might think so. Camera's sick of my shit, apparently. This camera does have built-in AI features to it, though. Like I was showing you guys yesterday, I can use it to actually change things like the size of my nose, the size of my jaw, the size of my head, my hairline, my eyebrows, my eyes. Can you ask why Sakurai over Dania? Because I'm a grown man and I do what I want. Now we're wondering what you'd actually look like if that was all turned off. It is turned off. Actually, that's one thing you can't do is add a beard. Right, I can do things like... One second, let me kill these mobs. I can move back. Let me open the software. I'll have it zoom in while I do this. Second. And then I can do things like... I can give myself smoky eyes. See the eyes change? Like, no filter? Smoky eyes. Ooh. Put eyeliner on. Although you can't really see it, I think, with the smoky eyes. It's very subtle. Right? It's actually barely noticeable. Play queen. Yeah. Contacts. Like, look, I could change the color of my eyes. See? Now I have blue eyes. Normal eyes. Blue eyes. Need to move this up a bit more.
Oh wait, that was topaz. That was even blue. This is blue. See? Look at it. Fucking crazy, huh? And there's, eyebrows. See, look, I can curve my eyebrows. I can actually give myself eyebrows. Yo, I actually have, like, almost no eyebrows. Look at, this is my
normal shit. Like, I got very light eyebrows, but look at that. Boom! Holy, what's up? Oh, shit. What's standard? Okay, there's standard. Oh yeah, it's actually pretty close to mine, but just a little bit thicker on the edges. And then there's soft. Okay, what else? Facial. The lipstick. The lipstick isn't that noticeable. I think it's because of my beard. A little bit noticeable. Blush. Watch my cheeks. You ready? Ooh, look at that. See? Off. On. And then contour. I don't know what contour is. 3D? I don't know what 3D is. We'll crank it up to 100. Fancy? I don't know what fancy is. I don't know why they named some of these what they named them. Like, I got big bushy eyebrows. Okay, so that's the makeup section. Where's basic? Basic, I can adjust the tone. I guess that changes the whole frame. I could change smooth. Oh, one second. I gotta turn the eyebrows off. 1 second. Where the fuck are the eyebrows? There we go. There's smooth, so maybe it smooths out my face. Yeah, look at that. Holy, look how young I look. The fucking wrinkles and age spots are gone. Jesus. There's also clarify. Oh, I guess that makes everything a little bit more clear. I mean, I guess that kind of makes sense based on the name. Slim. Oh, here we go. It's not following me anymore. I gotta get it to follow my face. Look how much it slimmed the bottom of my jaw. Watch this. If I go out of frame... Oh, wait. I can't go out of frame. Maybe I need to have it zoom out. Oh no, I had it follow me now. It's like we got to do this. We'll have it come down a little bit, and then I'll lock it. And then when I sit up, perfect. Now I'm perfectly in frame. Slim turns you into Tectone, yeah. So turn that back down. Okay, so face. So I think I can make my face narrower. Yeah, see, this makes my whole head more narrow. Look at it. That's off, on. I can adjust the length of my head. So I can make it shorter, back to normal. I can add a little V shape. Yo, what if I did V shape with slim? Yo, what if I did this and made my mouth bigger? I know there's an actual option for my mouth too. There we go. Ah. This shit is so goofy what you could do. I played this shit for hours. Okay, let's go back. Turn that back. Shit, it was it face? Oh yeah, here we go, V shape. And then there's hairline. Look. Watch this. Boom. Holy. Brought that hairline down. Could bring it up.
Now I'm a six head. There's fucking more forehead than face. Isn't that crazy though? Like, it actually looks like my fucking forehead. This is, yeah. You might think that this is normal, but this isn't. My hair ain't that low. This is normal right here. Okay, cheekbones? Let's see.
Right? Just the cheekbones. There's chin. You can see it a little bit. Turn that back to normal. Firm. I don't know what firm is. What changed? Something with a complexion. Nasal labia. Let's see. I don't know what that is. Okay, eyes. So I can make my eyes bigger. Watch this. Watch this, chat. Yo, did you see how much bigger they got? Holy. I could do that and... Let's see. I could brighten them? Wait, what if I go back to that other one? 1 second. Makeup. Eye color. Where is it? Boom. Holy shit. Look how much I can fuck with my eyes. Maybe we bring the eyebrows back to. Boom. I'm looking like a fucking completely different person. Okay, where were we? Face, here we go. Oh, wait, no, maybe it wasn't this one. Eyes. Oh, yeah, here we go. Distance. So I can increase or reduce the distance between my eyes. Make them wider. Make them closer. The corners of my eyes I could adjust. So I can tilt my eyes. You can also remove dark circles from your eyes, but I can't really see this one because I guess I don't have dark circles around my eyes. Let's see. I can adjust. Wait, what is this angle? Oh, my eyebrow angle. I'm pissed. Yo, I'm pissed. What if I go the other way? Oh, Chad. Oh, Chad. You'll go from fucking angry to sad. Let's go with angry. Okay, and then the distance for my eyebrows. Could bring them closer together. The height? I could lift them up or bring them down a little bit. I wonder if I could scrunch all my facial features into like just the middle here. Yo, look. I got eyebrow on my hand.
Shut up, bitch!
Okay, length. Oh, I can make them wider too. That's a whole lot of fucking eyebrow. Width. Make them chunky. Okay. Nose. I can make my nose smaller. Watch this. Look how big. This is the normal honker, by the way, chat. Look at this. Wait. No, wrong way.
Is the forehead filter still on, or is it just that massive?
No, it actually isn't. It is just that massive. This is default forehead. Look how fucking tiny that nose is. Let's go the other direction. Let's make it fucking big. I already got a big honker. Let's see how big we can make it. Yo, I look like a fucking Muppet. Oh, shit. Let's see what I can do with my mouth. I can make it bigger. Let's see. Apparently I can whiten my teeth too. I can't tell a difference. Do you guys see any difference? I can't tell the difference. Like, I don't know if the teeth whitening works. Or maybe my teeth are already white. I don't think so. I mean, I'm fucking 42. How white can they really be? Okay. What else can I adjust? We already did face. The basic. There's body. Oh, let's back it up. Okay, let's see. I can get it to adjust the shoulders. Nothing happened. Do I got to back up a bit more? I don't see anything happening. What about waist? Well, I mean, you can't see my waist. What about head? Oh, I made my head smaller. Yo, and bigger. Definitely adjusted the sides of my head. Oh shit, I gotta get going. I just realized. I'll be back, chat.
There we go. That's how long that was supposed to take. That's how long that was supposed to take the first time. So let's go back. Okay, let me, we're done playing. Let me reset this shit back to default. This is the annoying thing, though, is I have to go through, like, every tab, I think. There we go. There we go. Is that the real Zethy? Yes, it is. How's y'all Saturday? My Saturday's going pretty good. How's your Saturday going? What's this, Moxito? Oh, that's right, the ultimate tech. What's happening in this clip? The Elvia skill flow. Is that what that skill is? I was like, what is that ability he's doing? What the fuck? Man, I can't believe that they designed whole new skills for a bunch of classes that would only be available for a fraction of the time, and then it's like they forgot they existed. I can't even remember what that ability even, like, stat-wise. Let's see. Why does it look like fire? Jesus. Minus DP, minus AP on your target. Full super armor. Only crit in PvE. 15-second cooldown. The first hit is what? 14k plus another 7k, so 21k in total. So 5k once you factor in the PvP. Yeah, pretty shitty damage-wise in PvP. Oh, man.
By the way, you guys, I have a theory about how they do class balance in BDO. And this could potentially explain why Kuno dodged nerfs. You want to hear it, chat? Wake up, chat. I'm trying to activate you guys. Kuno looks good in swimsuits. Maybe. That aside, I think it's based off of the floor of the class as well as the peak, right? Obviously, at the peak, the class is very, very obviously overperforming. But I think Pearl Abyss doesn't look at the peaks. I think they look at just the data, the averages. How much damage is the class doing? How many CCs is it getting? How many kills is it getting? And I think that what's happening here is classes that, you know, if they require some effort to actually do okay with, that you won't have the floor dragging down all the stats, right? You won't have the people who are brand new on it, like with really high stats, they're still, even though the class is strong, they're still doing really shitty at it and dragging down the average. Where classes that are strong, but they have a really accessible starting point where a brand new player can hop on it and within like 24 hours or 48 hours be performing pretty well, those ones don't have the worst players dragging down the average as much. Because no matter how much you might hate on how strong Kuno is right now, it still is a class that requires certainly a lot more effort than, like, let's say, Seraph, right? If you're brand new on the class, started it yesterday, you are going to be flopping around like a fish. Whereas Seraph, right, you could be on it for 24, 48 hours and you're doing pretty decent. AOS only, you mean? Well, I mean, they're obviously balancing around AOS, right? Considering they said they were going to take 2 weeks to monitor AOS to make changes. So I think they're looking at all the data. I think they should take data from the top 100 players of each class only. Actually, I don't think that that's the case either. I think they should actually trim off like the top 10% and the bottom 10% of players. Or top 20, bottom 20. What am I looking at in this clip? Stop using hands, yeah. Didn't know Ranger had like that? Hey, Ranger's in a pretty good spot right now. But I think this is a good example of like changes that, I mean, I'm not a Ranger. I don't know if Poogie is here or Snoofer or any Ladernal or any of those guys are here right now. They could maybe corroborate this, but it feels like in general they did a pretty good job with the Ranger changes because they didn't make it so brain dead that everybody all of a sudden is performing really well on Ranger. It is like, if you take a look at the Rangers, it is the OG Rangers who have put in the work with the class that are doing well, and then there's a bit of a drop off, right? You don't just automatically see every single Ranger just all of a sudden jumping, right? Sing you happy birthday. Is it your birthday? Holy. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday,
You ugly motherfucker. Happy birthday to you. Yo, I got a sub. Wait, is it your birthday or my birthday? Hell yeah.
Humunumuapua gifted a tier 1 sub to Monstrosity.
Yo, I
They have
find-
given 2 gift subs in the channel.
I finally know how to pronounce that shit. Humanuma Pua. Wait, Humanumu Pu. Humanua Poop. Humanu. I lost it already. Humanua Poopa. No, Humanua Pua. Humanua Pua. Yeah. Humanumu Apua. Humanumu Apua? Humanumu Apua. That would honestly make some sense of how some classes feel like they dodge nerfs because while they may be annoying or can be oppressive in the right hands, you just can't play them with your feet and still do well, right? And I think another really good example of this is Awakening Zerker. Awakening Zerker was so fucking busted for so long, but it was a class that required hands, right? It wasn't just every fucking Awakened Zerker just clapping cheeks. It was the ones who got good with the click to move, right? I don't understand. Even I just gotta tuck the thumb in. The problem is if I don't tuck the thumb in, then it does that shit, right? Are we clapping? It's Monstrosity's birthday, so we're clapping his cheeks. Bend over, sweetheart. I wonder. I need to check something. Yeah. Stork is one of those classes where it's just... You have two options. You either don't engage with it, or you have to fight it the way it... Because of the way it plays, you have to fight it a specific way, right? you can't just go into fighting a Sork the same way. Like, there's some classes where you can fight it the same way you fight other classes, where Sork is like a completely unique beast that you have to fight it because of a certain way, because of the way it plays. And if you choose to ignore that and still try to fight it the same way you fight everything else, it'll clap your cheeks. If I'm at roughly 1770 AP right now, would it be worth getting the Adani Species Lightstone close to 1800 Grind Orbita or Grind Rosekia and Nymphomari? I mean, you should definitely get that stone anyways, yeah. I mean, the extra DR in it, like I use it for grinding here and I don't benefit from the monster damage at all. The monster DR goes a long way. So I think that's kind of irrelevant to the conversation. You should definitely try to get that stone. And then once you get it, you can see where you can grind, see if it unlocks anything new. The camera zooms got you lost. What was I saying about Sork? I know. I think I need to just turn off that gesture and have it stop zooming in, but I feel like it could be useful. Oh, light stones. Oh, you did say light stone. Duh. Yeah, thanks, honey. I actually didn't read that. I better be careful how I say that. My wife's just gonna be like, who are you calling honey? Who is that? Let me at her. Yeah, I mean, if you're not at the AP requirement, you should definitely be doing the Adania Lightstones. Basically, running any species damage when you can to meet AP caps is the most important thing to do. And then once you can maintain the AP caps without it, then you can run things like, you know, Death Blow if you're one of the few classes that need crit while grinding, or Vicious Shadows, or Crocodile Tooth. Well, maybe I should pop a loot scroll, huh? Crocodile Tooth is down attack, so it's good for, like, Star's End, for example. It's one of the few places it's actually applicable. I think it's also okay at Tungrad, right? Because you see the mobs there, too. Oh. Yeah, Vicious Shadows is, in general, the best in, like, almost all spots. I don't even know why the fuck I'm doing Solaire. What the fuck am I doing Sadlet? Yeah, I mean, generally, like, the rewards from Solaire blow. You should only be doing Solaire if you enjoy it. Don't feel any need to do Solaire. I mean, if you're trying to get your first top 100 outfit, I mean, it's kind of cool to have the outfit. But ultimately, you know, the actual monetary rewards are not worth the time. You can make so much money grinding. So, like, if you enjoy it, great. Keep doing Solaire. That's the whole point of gaming, is having fun. If you're not having fun, don't feel obligated to do it. So, chat, let me pick your brain about LEDs, LED strips. I want to potentially do some nice LED backlighting. I feel like if I'm going to backlight that shelf, though, for the case of symmetry, I probably should do that shelf as well. Otherwise, it's going to look kind of asymmetrical. But I want to make sure that I have like a diffuser, a nice mounting system. I want it to be able to be remotely controlled with my phone. Is there anybody who, and I don't want LEDs too, where they're like so sparsely populated that you just see like hot spots like down the line. I want them to be like a pretty good density between LEDs so it looks more consistent. And I also don't want to break the wallet either, right? Basically, I want everything. The Philips hues are best in slot. Is there like a good mounting system and like one thing, like each of these shelves here, right? Over there, I want to do like the top of the shelf in the very back so it lights from the back, right? But how do I get the strip to go from shelf to shelf to shelf without the LEDs like having to climb the shelf? You know what I mean? I mean, I guess I could drill holes in the back of the shelf, I guess, put holes and then just have it come through and then up the back. But then I feel like the lighting around the back might be super saturated because there'd be so many kind of looping around the back. Up one side, but I want them like... I feel like if it's up one side, then it's just going to be lopsided on the shelf. I might need you to explain what you mean in that regard. Right? Because what I'm talking about here is like if we... Here, one second. You know what? Let me get to a safe spot. So I don't die while trying to do this or get interrupted. Oh, shit. The fuck? There we go. 16 times the charm. So... Right. I have... I'm going to do 2 of these, right? We'll call one the back and one the front. This is one shelf. Probably not the proper amount of shelves, but... Right? This is one shelf. So if I wanted to do line LEDs up one of these, for example, right? I want to have the lights kind of like this far enough back that, I mean, I guess on the upper shelves, it might be a problem because I don't want the LEDs themselves to be seen. But I guess that's kind of impossible because the ones on the bottom, right? What I don't want to happen is like I don't want to have like the LED. Let's say it comes from the wall to this line, and then I have to climb over this shelf like this and come back and like this. So I think instead of doing that, but yeah, like I drill holes, right, for them to go through, and then the strip goes like this, and then it goes up the back, right? Two strips going up the sides. That's interesting. Two up the sides would probably be a lot easier too. And then that also would simultaneously backlight the whole case too. Right? And it would be symmetrical. I wonder if there's a picture. Anybody have like a picture of a shelf that's lit like that? Because what you're saying too is like, maybe I'll do this instead. What you're saying is like this, and then there'd be a hole at the top and bottom of every shelf. So it would also weave to the back, right? I don't know if I'd do the very bottom there. I mean, yeah, I guess I would because my shelf, the way it's set up. I don't know how this would look, though. Because what about, like, this center area? Would this be kind of like a dead zone? Like, it would be kind of dimmer? I do like the idea of this, though, because, yeah, it would backlight the whole shelf at the same time, too, right? I could maybe even have one longer strip go up, and then have it go along the whole top back here. Can I undo? Yeah, I could have it like along the backside. I'm going to do a dotted line to show that it's behind. So that would the way light would be radiating from the whole shelf that way. And then it could be one continuous strip that's not going up and over the shelves like this either, which would look tacky as fuck. One second. Camera tried to chase me out of the room. Yo, what's going on? Get over here. Yeah. I just measured it. So it'd be about 14 feet. Right? What is that? 360 centimeters? Oh, what is this thing? Smart RGB ICW LED corner floor lamp. That's kind of weird. I mean, that wouldn't be too bad in the corner over there. I actually have a lot of space in the corner there. And it looks like the Philips ones. Oh, this one comes with like a diffuser and everything. $200 for 2 fucking meters? Are you kidding me? I'd need like 5 of those motherfuckers. I ain't spending $1,000 on that shit, you bougie bitch. What the hell? I mean, those are the ones come with the mounting, the base, and the, like, it comes with everything, but... Okay, this one's 75 inches, $350. 1 second. Yeah, I'd need like $1,000 just to do one shelf. Never mind both. I already stream on YouTube and Kick. I already do. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about these Philips ones. Problems at base. Huh? What's this, Dauntless? See, that looks kind of slick. 9-tier bookcase wood shelf with LEDs. Oh, that's the actual bookshelf. How much for just the LEDs? Oh, that has a shitty controller, though. I don't want one of those crappy little controllers. I want something that I can sync with my phone via, like, Bluetooth or some shit. Yeah, the thing is I don't want the LEDs to take the show. I want them to make the stuff on the shelves pop, but I don't want them to take over. I think I fucked up my camera here. Rail. The thing is I don't even feel comfortable spending like $200 doing those 2 shelves, and I know that's probably a little low. I think I need to find, like, I feel like the Philips one is so expensive because it comes with everything. I feel like if I buy the mounts, the strips, and the diffusers separate with some other brand, I can accomplish the same thing. It's just going to require a bit more work out of me, right? Because I got to basically plan out where I want to put all the mounts, put the mounts down, run the strips through it, and then pop the diffusers on top. Might be time to go to Temu. I better get that shit for dirt cheap on Temu. That might be actually a really good option. Like this LED tape. $16 feet for $100. Yeah, I'd still need a couple of those. A lot of work, though. I don't mind a lot of work. Oh, did you have a mob up there? Is that what you meant by trouble at base? Okay. I'll be honest, that little LED tower you showed me, Bear, using that for the other shelf, that corner, I think might be the play. And then I just have to worry about that shelf. You know what would probably work really good for mounting LED strips too? Is you can get black versions of these guys, these command strips, and I could probably just use these to mount it to that shelf, and they would blend in perfectly because it's a black shelf. And then I don't have to go drilling holes and shit. The double-sided tape, yeah, it's kind of double-sided. It's actually Velcro. I don't know if you can see. But you take two of these and you press them together and they Velcro together. And then the back sides of them are, yeah, you peel off the thing and you stick it to it. And they're, you know, they hold quite a bit of weight. I'd probably just have to do one on each side and one in the middle on each strip. So what would that be? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 shelves. So 15 strips. Be like $20 worth of these. And then I don't have to go drilling a bunch of holes in it, aside from feeding through the back. Which that'd be easy. I got a drill and a little boring tool. I could bore some nice little holes pretty easily. I mean, I guess the hole only needs to be as big as the LED is wide. So I could probably use one of my bigger drill bits, and that might be wide enough. Just got to be careful I don't come through and compromise the integrity of the shelf, because that back, like, cardboard thing you put on the back of fucking build your own furniture things, those things are largely responsible for the structural integrity of the whole thing. Let me see. I'll see if I can get on there. Black Desert. It is not loading right now. I'm not getting anything like that, but I am having trouble loading it. So you might be right. Wouldn't an AWL do the same thing? What do you mean? What's an AWL? Yeah, I just got a gateway timeout there as well. Yeah, thanks, Bic Pictimus. Oh, well, whatever that tool is, I don't have it. I'm sure whatever it is, it probably works, but I have tools that work perfectly fine too. Like I said, I could either just use a drill bit, or I have some boring bits as well that'll bore holes. But I think even my smallest one would probably be like twice the diameter of the LED strip, so the holes would be kind of big considering what I'm using them for. That's why I think just my largest drill bit itself would probably punch a big enough hole. Is Drac up big next patch? Yeah, it's looking like it's going to be pretty good. It looks like a lot of the nerfs are undoing that they did to it a while back. Aside from, you know, obviously some of them. Oh, man. Yo, what's up, Dan? I don't know what floodlines are. What's the floodlines? How much silver do I have? I only probably have like 2 trillion worth of silver. Oh, I didn't do it. I prefer this spot. I'm not a group grinder. Okay, here we go. 32.8 feet for $45 for these LED strips. They don't come with a diffuser. And it looks like they just are... You peel off the back, and they stick to the whatever you want to put it on, so I wouldn't have a mounting system either for the diffuser. maybe I just, you know what might be cheaper? Instead of having to worry about all that, maybe I just go buy another one of these shelves and replace that shelf. And then I could just have the strips run up the post there, right? Like you see the post that my finger's on there, right? It goes up. I could just run them up the back, those posts on both sides. That might be actually cheaper than trying to... Because then they're hidden from view. It's still backlit. It's going to bounce off the wall as well. And then I don't need diffusers because they're not directly visible. And then I could get... like this 33-foot section. Because how many feet was that shelf behind me? 1 second. I actually want to go measure again. Let me do a little math. It's 168 inches. And if I had two of them, so it'd be what? 168, 336 inches. So about 28 feet. Fuck. I could actually do both of those for $100. And then spend another $100 on another shelf. Interesting. That might be the way to actually go about it. Let me see if they still have my shelf in stock. Oh, they do. Wait. Do they? Yeah, there it is right there. That shelf is $140. So I'd be looking at a total of $240. It definitely seems better than the other option. No, Raven Code. When you get CC'd out of Spearbolt, you're not actually getting CC'd out of Spearbolt, you're getting CC'd out of Shock Relay or some unprotected ability you're doing beforehand. I know it doesn't feel that way, but if you shadow play it every time it happens and take a look at what you were doing right beforehand, you'll see, you gotta remember there's a communication delay between you and the person you're fighting, and the server will have to make a judgment call, right? On what it feels was the most accurate situation. If you stop using Shock Relay every time you want a Spearbolt, and use some of the more appropriate protected cancels, you'll see it happens a heck of a lot less often. One of the best ways to also verify that this is happening, like have your shadow play ready when it happens, record it, and if you're in the top 100, or if you are fighting somebody who's in the top 100, it'll actually record the match. And then if you go to that recording and play it, you will actually see in the recording the server-side log, because that's what basically the recording is, the server-side log of what it thought everything happened. You'll see that you actually got CC'd out of the Shock Relay. Right? Because what's happening is there's always a little bit of a delay, right? If you have a 100 millisecond latency and your person you're fighting has a 100 millisecond latency, there's about a 200 millisecond delay between what you see each other doing right? Because that person has to send a signal to the server, and then that signal is being sent to you, which is 100 milliseconds and 100 milliseconds, and obviously the processing time in between, which is inconsequential. But there's a 200 millisecond delay happening there, right? Which is a 1/5 of a second. So on your screen, you might go shock relay Spearbolt. On their screen, they caught you in the shock relay. And the server now has to make a judgment call. Okay, what do we feel was the most accurate of those two situations? And typically, the person who gets their message to the server first, the server's going to say, this is the one that's most close to what's really happening, right? So that's why you'll see yourself get CC'd in the middle of the Spearbolt, but it's actually on the other person's screen. If it didn't CC you, they'd be like, what the fuck? I actually caught that gap, right? If they went and looked at their recording. Like I said, have your shadow play ready. You don't even necessarily need to have the record, but have your shadow play ready. And every single time it happens, press your record button and go watch. And you will see, like 99% of the time, you are doing something unprotected right before it, and you're actually getting CC'd because of that. It's happening a lot higher you're going in rank. That's because higher ranked players get better at CCing you, right? At knowing your gaps. The BDO website is down right now, yes. What kind of sandwiches you made? Well, I didn't make any sandwiches today. We ended up just having cheese and crackers. Because of the additional delay, I didn't really feel like making a longer lunch, so I kind of just made like a charcuterie board for you know, not really a charcuterie board, but you know, pepperoni, cheese, crackers. Nice simple lunch. Now, there are some abilities that have gaps in this game at the very beginning of them or at the very end of them. So you'll always have a gap in that transition, and you will always have a very high likelihood, not a very high likelihood, but it's impossible to have a 100% protection because of that, right? But Spearbolt is not one of those abilities. If you use the appropriate cancels that are protected, you will not get CC'd out of Spearbolt anymore. Right, and you have those other cancels like, I mean, obviously a couple of them are forward guards, so as long as the person doesn't get behind you or use an ability that pierces forward guards, you'll be fine. But, like, one thing you'll notice is you'll never get CC'd out of Lightning Surge into Spearbolt. Ever. If your Lightning Surge is off cooldown, which means it's now going to be protected and go into Spearbolt, you will never get CC'd in that chain. Unless for some reason you do it slowly. But if you do it slowly, then you'll actually jump instead, right? It actually will finish the animation before it even lets you jump. People grab you from Judgment now? Yeah. Judgment is one of the best gaps. You don't even need to do that so much anymore. It actually became a lot harder to do that when they added the wind-up on grabs. It used to be like really easy to grab people out of Judgment and Divine Execution, or when grabs were, you know, instant. But yeah, now you don't even need to do that. You just pressure a Sage's Stamina. You can force a Sage to use more stamina, though, if they know that they're fighting better players that will try to grab you out of Judgment. Then you can force Sages to use more Divine Judgment into Divine Executioner, which is a fuckload of stamina. Do Zerks run out of stamina? No. Technically, if they have about a dozen people chasing them for about 16 minutes, they could run out of stamina, but otherwise, no. Awakened Zerks can. Not Suck Zerks. I think Awakened Zerks can, for sure. Yeah, I think I just get another one of those shelves and run the strips up those. Awaken Wusa bomb on the ground. The thing about the Awaken Wusa ability, especially the one that goes behind you, is one thing you will see, and it's still super annoying. I don't think anybody should go through forward guards. I think forward guard should be a positioning thing, not just being blessed with an ability that automatically does it, you know? But where's my draw dock at? There it is. So, like, you'll see them drop flowers like this, right? In a row. And then they pull them back to them like this. So, in a sense, theirs kind of makes the most sense because they're actually spawning them on the ground and pulling them back through your back, right? But they'll always be in a row in front of the Wusa. So, just do a little side jump. Just go to the side, you know, don't try to go forward, don't try to go backwards, just go do a little jump to the side. Also, if I'm not mistaken, that ability is a forward guard too. So you can force them to have to move out of it pretty quickly if you try to get on their back. I'm pretty confident that ability is a forward guard. I might have to double check. Second. Okay, sorry. Had to respond to a message. So, yeah, Awakening. I don't know what the name of the ability is. Not that one. Oh, wait, maybe it was Soul Shock. Oh, Soul Shower, maybe? No, that one they throw at you. Not that one. This one, I think. Yeah. Yeah, so it pulls it back through you. This is the one that's afloat. That'll get you through your forward guard, right? Because they're actually putting the flowers behind you and pulling them back into them. And yeah, this one's a forward guard. That's the thing you'll see them use a lot to try to catch. Because what was the cooldown on that? 10 seconds? Is it really that long? I could have swore I'd seen it way more often. Is there a core for it? Doesn't look like Awakening Wusa has any cores, actually, looking at it here. Or no, actually, they only have 5 cores. That's what threw me off. But I don't see any cores there, no. Did they fix another way? What do you mean by fix? Do you mean add? It's yes. You can teleport there from the griffin that you fly there as long as you've been to Upper Sakurai and talk to the appropriate NPC, who's the node manager of Upper Sakurai. Does follow? Why is that? Can you enter without a fragment of the deep sea? If you're a sage, you can. You still have to use a fragment for the teleport to Upper Sakraya, whether you're a sage or not. This game is confusing for me. Why are you willing to get here killing all these mobs right now? Why are you willing to get here killing all... I don't understand. I enjoy hanging out with my stream and I you know, beat up mobs while I'm doing it. The NPC by the Griffin and Velia, that's right. But you have to talk to the Upper Sakraya NPC first. Otherwise the option won't be there. You gotta talk to the node manager in Upper Sakraya, get the knowledge from them, as well as the knowledge from that NPC. And then once you've done that the first time, you can now use them to teleport. It technically does like a little griffin animation and flies you there and dumps you in the water, but I guess having the griffin animation is more immersive than quite literally just instantly teleporting. The one thing I don't understand about the little animation it does that I find kind of annoying is why don't they use that to mask the loading screen? Why do you do that animation and then it does the loading screen and then it does another animation? Why doesn't it just use that to hide the loading screen behind it, you know? I feel like it was kind of sloppy in that regard. Yeah, there's a lot of things in this game to learn. Don't worry about it. I'm sure your English is better than a lot of people where English is their first language. I think the best thing you could do is try not to feel stressed out about the game. Just take it one step at a time. It's not a big deal if you learn something a little bit later. You'll realize that there's a lot to learn, but individually everything is pretty simple. Stage grinding looks like an action movie. You want to see an action movie? Yo, I'll turn it into an action movie. Looks like a slow dance. Yo, why did that not... Oh, wait. Why is my YouTube not connected to my multi-chat again? Something just happened. I might have missed some YouTube messages. Okay, I gotta disconnect from YouTube and reconnect. Watch us. Yeah. How do I do this again? That button? No.
My fucking head hurt when I realized how stupid I was.
Is it alt? Yeah, here we go. Oh, that's the time of day. Wait, what are the options again? Oh, here we go. Like, why is this? I feel like it's not really doing shit. Like, instantly jumps. Whatever, I guess we'll leave this one off. Actually, wait. It's weird. Whatever, we'll leave that off. There we go. Actually, oh, you know why? Probably. I think I know why now. Mind you, this is at 50% too. Yeah, people in Velia are fucking falling in the water right now while trying to fish. The whole goddamn world's shaking. They're like, ah, shit, old man Zeth turned up his effects again. Watch this, and I don't even have it at 100 right now. I wonder why the zoom doesn't work the way it used to, though. Maybe it's because this isn't actually turned all the way up. Maybe that causes issues with it. Maybe not. Yeah, like instantly is on. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe zoom right in.
Humunumuapua gifted a tier 1 sub to Larry Fish. They have given 3 gift subs in the channel.
Let's see. Yeah, it used to like it would have some out of focus, but some in. Like you used to be able to make the background blurry, but the foreground still focused. Well, there we go. Now we get that shit cranked up to 11. Maybe depth of field is off? Ooh, wait a minute. You might be right. Wait a fucking minute. Fuck. It should be under display, right? No, depth of field is on. Or maybe it's these. Let's crank them up. Okay, nothing. Oh, no, nothing's changing again. It's just instantly either on or off. There we go. Fuck. Might be a little too much. It does not. The weapon glow is... You get a basic weapon glow at Oct, or sorry, at Pen, and then you get the best glow at Oct, and there's no stages in between. It's nauseating. It's kind of hard to look at. I'll stop torturing you guys. What if we just turned off the vibrations? It's a little bit better than just mainly the zoom. There's still a little bit, like the zoom keeps trying to zoom, so it almost gives it like the feeling like it's vibrating too. Yeah, we're turning it all off. This shit is doo-doo. He caught it yesterday. We went down that rabbit hole yesterday, so don't. He didn't miss it. I think it's a good thing and a bad thing at the same time. Is if people see it at 0, it makes them not want to join the queue because they're like, oh, there's no chance of me getting in at all. So why even bother hopping in queue? Which perpetuates the problem, right? I think it should, though. It should show if there's a game running and how many games are running. Because right now, like, you might be in queue for 10 minutes and you think there's nobody doing it, but there's actually a game that's waiting to finish, right? Yeah, but what's the difference that, either way, though, right? If people see that there's 0 people and they don't queue at all, then there's a 0% chance the game's going to get started. Where people think, hey, maybe there's people in queue, then they'll sit in queue, and that creates an opportunity for maybe a game to start that otherwise wouldn't have. But because it doesn't show that there's at least a game going, it creates a situation where people might wait for 10 minutes and say, oh, well, I guess nobody's in queue, and then they drop queue. I think it should at least show. I also think that it's stupid that it waits for, like, a full game before it starts a game. They don't want the player base to see that RBF is dead content, except for the fact that they did for fucking 10 years. Like, maybe if they did that initially, that would be a safe bet, but they were perfectly fine with it looking like dead content for fucking 10 years, so I personally just don't think they care. If they cared, they would have hid that shit long time ago. Oh, hey, Wes, oh, that's right, it's Saturday, isn't it? Yo, maybe we do a Spectate Solaire stream tonight, and we just open it up like the fucking CIA. We pull up all the streamers that are streaming their games, and we just watch together. We do a little group party, a little watch party of all the people who are streaming, and find out which game is the most entertaining at the time. See who's crashing out. See who's fucking styling on their enemies. Who's tripping on fucking or slipping on banana peels. I feel like there's only one issue with this. I think it is a great way to piss other streamers off. Because if all of a sudden they have a moment that, you know what, maybe isn't the best moment, and all of a sudden we're sitting here fucking laughing at it, they're not going to take too kindly, you know? I wish, and this would obviously dramatically, I mean, maybe not. Audio files aren't that big these days. I mean, it would be way bigger than the files they currently have. I wish the recordings also recorded comms. That would be awesome. It would also be a good way for Pearl Abyss to have evidence when somebody's saying foul shit in comms. Because right now, you can say whatever the fuck you want on voice, and there's nothing they could do about it, right? There's no way for them to actually know what's being said. Even if you record it, they can't even actually really use that so much so as evidence, because that's kind of a trust me bro moment. If they started punishing for that, like... Well, I mean, I guess it would be hard in most cases to fake people's voices, unless they're a streamer, right? And there's a lot of data to train AI on. But it does open a can of worms, where if it was just in the recordings, then you could totally just bust them for it, right? If somebody says some foul shit, somebody could, like Neptune's obviously, right? He has some foul shit said to him. He could legit just open up a ticket and say, yo, in this game at this time, this fucking person just kept calling me the N-word. And then Pearl Abyss could actually go look at the audio file and see, hey, this motherfucker was doing that. Get him out of here, right? Like, I can't imagine audio files are that server heavy these days. Right? Like, it doesn't even have to be stored at full quality. It could be stored at just like 128 bits. Or kilobits or whatever. So over, I mean, I guess technically a match could go a total of 15 minutes. They don't have to store them permanently either. Maybe just have them stored for like a month. Or 2 weeks. I don't know, I feel like they should do that. Taurus. Oh, that's too funny. Oh, they could. Oh, that shit is too fucking funny.
Humunuapua gifted a tier 1 sub to Doris Subel. They have given 4 gift subs in the channel.
Oh, thank you for gifting that sub. Thank you for gifting all these subs today. I appreciate it. Make sure you guys say thank you too. Don't be unappreciative. How goes the grind? It's going. We're having a good old day. I cannot complain at all. Check out my melody. Oh. Yeah, all the AOSers are starting to log on now. That does like kind of sound like a banging idea though. Just to do a watch party and just go through all the different streams, streaming AOS. I wonder in regards, like obviously if you make a video using another video or you react to a video, right, it needs to be transformative and to some degree, right? It has to have like a certain level of commentary, it has to have a certain level of editing. I wonder how that applies to reacting to live streams. I wonder if there's like Twitch documentation on if you're going to be reacting to a live stream, do you need to have consent? And if not, it obviously then has like rules on what would be considered transformative and what wouldn't. I wonder. As long as you have your own audio over top. Well, it depends on how much of the audio. I had a clip of Blue reacting to the reaction of the original reaction. Yeah, sometimes that reaction rabbit hole goes deep. I just have a lot of respect though for a lot of the different content creators in the video category who follow the rules, don't try to take shortcut. They put in work on their content, and I'd really hate to curry any bad favor from them because like I'm watching their live stream of them doing AOS and something happens and we have a laugh and they take it personally. It's one thing to poke fun at bad behavior, but I don't want to feel like I'm just making fun of people, you know? Spammer, it's a game, we all just chilling. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, when this song came on during the final fight where I don't really want to spoil it for anybody. If you haven't completed Crimson Desert, put your earplugs in right now. This will take about 10 seconds. That final fight though, where you're riding the dragon and you're fighting that seraphim looking thing, and this music kicks on, I don't know, man. It made the hairs raise on the back of my neck. That shit gave me goosebumps. Fuck, and then put the plugs in. I have not fought the Titan yet, no. I haven't fought all the bosses. Apparently now I need to do like 6 more Abyss challenges, and I unlock like some Abyss thing that unlocks more, like, I want to say more of the story, but a lot of people are basically saying the story. Yeah, I do. It does sound like I need to get back in and finish the Abyss, because I'm at like 34 out of 40 of the challenges. You kind of want to buy the game. It is so good. It is so good. It is 1000% worth the playthrough. If you like single player games, and don't play it for the story, play it for the adventure, right? Because the story is very meh, but the adventure, it's almost like you get to write your own story. Like, I don't think there will ever be 2 players who play through that game the exact same way, because of how much you can go off the beaten path. The world just feels so epic and so immersive that it will legit steal your time. You will sit down and then all of a sudden it'll be 12 hours later and you'll be like, why is it dark outside? It is just such an epic feeling playthrough. Yeah, if you're playing it for the story, it doesn't have much in regards to story. Basically, the whole main story feels like you and your camp got slaughtered, and now you're reassembling you and your allies and your camp. And that feels like the whole story. That covers the whole thing. That's basically what's going on throughout the whole main story playthrough. Which honestly still feels cool at times, though. Like the way your character reunites with some guys and, you know, you're building up your camp and stuff, and it starts to feel like it's amounting to something. It is kind of cool feeling, but it's not like your traditional main story. But the fights, some of the boss fights are so goddamn epic. Yeah, that too. And the one fight with, what's his name? Not Loki, but it starts with an L. Ugh. And he fucking goes like Super Saiyan on your ass. Just fucking lightning everywhere. God damn, he's just RP walking at you. That shit was crazy too. You're just wondering to yourself, what the hell did I get my character into? I bet your favorite part of the game is wagon trading? No. That shit is miserable. I hated any quest I had to do involving the wagons. The greatest tea drinker gamer cheeser. That's a fucking mouthful. I was watching the greatest tea drinker gamer cheeser, and I was like, yeah, nah, I need to get into Crimson. What? Who's the greatest tea drinker gamer cheeser? Who dat? Ooh, I'll be back. Hey guys, I'm back. Blah. Excuse me. Oh, I need to do my farms. You know what? Go do those first. My wife just got home, so I went to go say hi to her. Asked her what she wants for lunch tomorrow. We're doing a little backyard barbecue for Mother's Day tomorrow. And then I said, since my mom got to pick dinner, which, I mean, who doesn't love homemade barbecue burgers anyways? I told my wife she gets to pick lunch. So, told her I'm going to make her some nice ramen. She seems to like that. Make some homemade ramen. You know how to make pasta? Oh, pasta's easy to make. Super easy to make. It's messy. The biggest reason why I don't make pasta all the time is because it's messy. We have a new ramen place that does Japanese ramen. They just opened down the road this week. Line has been out the door. Ooh, that sounds so nice. Fresh carbonara? Oh, yeah. That's super easy to make, too. And super good. Super good. Holy, you get fresh carbonara? Oh, my God. Trust me, dudes. If you're out there and you're still dating, if you're mingling, learn how to make a carbonara. Bring the lady home. Make her a fresh carbonara. You'll thank me later. Steak with potatoes, hey. Steak and potatoes, good, but steak in this economy? Carbonara is one of those meals that it is super cheap, but it is super good. In Sweden, it's not that expensive. Here in Canada, we're getting bent over backwards. Even chickens are getting ridiculously expensive. Like fucking $15, $16 for a whole chicken. Yeah. Exactly. Every now and then they'll have it have like a triple pack on sale for like $20, and I'll buy like frickin' 9 chickens, and then I'll just butcher them all up myself. It takes about an hour, but when you consider the savings, it is well worth your money. Well worth your time. Yeah, that's crazy. Now, your dollar is probably worth twice as much as ours. But even still, that's still a fraction of our price. Are you allowed to have live chickens at your house? I don't think so. Oh, 1 second.
ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine, and you're not really fine. You just can't get into it because they would never understand.
Okay, there we go. Sorry, that was just my dad giving me a call. Zach Bryan. Who's Zach Bryan? I don't know who that is. My dad was a little worried because he was just out west visiting his brother and sister. My dad's 74 now. And his sister's husband's sister got scammed by an AI scammer who was trying to pose as her grandson, or successfully posed, I guess. Basically saying, hey, Grandma, I'm with the police. I got in trouble. They need you to send this amount of money and not tell anybody. And apparently she took the bait. So my dad's like, we need some type of security phrase that only us would know. So this way, if that ever happens, you know, if they don't know, then I know it's fake. I'm like, well, Dad, there's two things already with that story that should have been giant red flags. One, if the police are trying to extort you for money, probably fake. Two, if the police are telling you not to tell anybody, also fake. Basically, if anybody tells you not to tell anybody what's going on, there's a good chance it's fake. Does his cell phone carrier have a setting to allow only people in the contacts or text to call him? No. His carrier is the same as mine, so I'd have to ask. I'm not sure if that is an option. Code word sucks sage, yeah. Code word Dragon Ball. Huh. Nerf, yeah. Ugh. You know who his drummer is? Okay, like a real life buddy of yours? Yeah. Your brother-in-law's little brother. Okay. You know what I haven't been looking at? How's Striker and Mystic doing in AOS this season? Pretty good. Oh, well, he gave up on Awakened, DK. Wasn't broken enough. How does one consume painting? You so you just right click on it to load it, and then you click the little painting thing up here to turn it on. But yeah, when you right click it, it loads up the specific one, and then you do this to turn it on, and then I think you also right click it to activate it. The same way like you do with Agris. Put 5,000 kills on Thick Sausage. Just barely do any RBF. No. Now let's take a look at the mob kills. Boom! 26.1 million. Yeah, I used to do RBF a lot when it was more enjoyable, but it got progressively less and less enjoyable over time. Only 26.1? What are you at? 26.2? Ah, how did I guess? How did I guess? All I want is the damn outfit that you get from being top 100. I don't even care even to be the 100 player. Yeah. It's a cool looking outfit. That's for sure. I wish it was a little more prestigious. Like, I wish it was based on, like, the top 3 of every class would get the outfit. And then I wish it would also separate it into spec. Because there are times where you can be just like an average flavor of the month player and get top 100. To me, top 100 should be something that's exclusive to like the really, really good players of each class. Yeah, each season too, they should You know, at least do something different with it. Maybe even just a different helmet every season. Keep the rest of the armor the same. It'd be cool if each season had its own unique reward. Or reward, depending on how you look at it. Range class for PvP and AOS. PvE, PvP, AOS. Ranged classes for those that are good in both is probably Suck Wizard and Archer. Archer's pretty good this AOS season. Both are pretty decent PvEers. Suck Ranger, you're kind of limited. So Suck Ranger, even though it's good for large scale PvP, not really great for AOS. Maybe Awakened Dosa, is that still considered? I don't know if I would consider that like a full ranged class. Definitely not like the other two I mentioned. I don't know, what else would we consider a ranged class? I think those are your two options. Yeah. Ellipse, 100%. I like this spot. It's comfy. Everything pulls nice. It's good money. It's good XP. Jade Starlight's a pretty cool spot too. I like the way that spot is designed. The Mountain of Eternal Winter spot though that I wish they would do more spots like though is the I can't remember the name of it, the Spider Cave place. I thought that was a really cool design. Mirror Walk, yeah. Mirror Walk. I wish they would redo that spot. That was such a cool design spot. Fun fact, I didn't grind a single hour there either. Just the idea of it was super cool. When they first added it, it was absolutely terrible. And by the time I already had my flame, that's when they buffed it, and then it was an okay spot. And eventually it was terrible again. Ugh. Wish I'd do more with Elvia. I wasn't a fan of Elvia myself. For underwater, you need stun stiff resist. Yeah, isn't it stun stiff? Never mind. It's knockback float. I'm getting you killed. Knockback float. I'll stick it at Star's End. Star's End is stun stiff. Oh man. update some Valencia spots, yeah. Gaz would be cool. I don't think we have a reworked Gaz, right? We got Crescents, we got Cadres, we got Pilo, we got Sulfur. Maybe it's time to redo like Gaz and Bassies and Basilisks. What is the other one? There's another spot. Actually, there's 2 other spots. 3 other spots. There's also Centaurs. Right. There's these guys right here. Oh, Bashams. There's Bashams, Bassies. Kadri's already been done. Oh, there's also Nagas too, right? And then there's... where are they? These guys. Waragons. That's what I was thinking about too. You can redo Waragons. Oh. Schultz, yeah. I remember when they first added Schultz, it was a pretty cool spot. Holy. Yeah, pet accessory back in the day. It was only the blue accessories that could drop his tattoo, right? Yeah, I remember that. I don't think you could drop tents at that time. It might have been a try or a duo, which would have been a big deal at first. But I think just recently they made it so try yellows can drop. I still don't think you can get tent yellows from drops. It's only certain items that can be try as well. I don't even think it's all yellows. Maybe it is. Try Debo. Yeah. But that's recently, right? In the past, you couldn't get tri-yellow accessories. It was only duos. Yo, what's up, trash can? How you doing? My office looking good. Thank you. Yeah, I like the way it turned out. Got still some more plans for it. Finishing up a big move. Oh, what's your big move? Like actual moving or? No, nothing for being top 20. It's only top 1 or nothing. And the only thing you get for being top 1 is just a little statue in the BA temporarily. He does a really good song covering it. Yeah, no problem. Honestly though, I should probably focus on my own XP if I'm going to be trying to push for 68 before the end of the year. But yeah, it's good XP down here. I really like it. Well, if I hit dummies, I'll definitely do it. For sure. There's no doubt. It just... I don't like giving up money. To me, silver is more valuable. Even though I have nothing to use it for. That is fucked up. Thank you, Zephyr. Your stream has helped me a lot, especially with everything I'm going through. I have paralysis in my legs, and my cousin put your stream on the TV, and I managed to get up and turn it off. Thank you so much. It means the world to me. That's fucking funny. That is funny as hell. I like it. Do I think? Do I think her channel is being botted 100%? Do I think she's doing it? I don't know. I mean, I can prove that there's bots in her channel right now. It's undeniable. The real question isn't is or isn't there bots in her channel. The question is, like, who's doing it? And we don't know. Right? We don't know. It could be a hater, it could be a lover, it could be her, it could be a sponsor. There's no way to know for sure who's doing it, right? But is there bots in her channel? Let me show you. Right. This is an extension called Viewer Metrics that takes a look at and analyzes your viewership. According to this, 232 of the viewers in her channel are authenticated as bots. 617 are authenticated as real viewers, and then I guess the difference is it doesn't know. Now, if you take a look at this graph here, this is where all those accounts that are confirmed as bots, this is their creation date. This is when those accounts were created. So if you take a look at a breakdown of those viewers, right, you have these graphs on the side, these filters. I can apply a filter for just March of 2026, 200 viewers. There's no other month in all of the months on Twitch that are anywhere close to this 1 month. There's 200 accounts that were made just in that 1 month. And on top of that, 184 of those accounts were all made on a single day. Now, as you click these filters, it filters out all the other accounts. These are all the accounts that were made on March 1st and 2nd. And if you start clicking on them, you will see the majority of these accounts, not all of them, but the majority of them, not only don't follow her, they don't follow anybody on Twitch. Right? You can keep going down the list. You'll occasionally find some that maybe follow one person, because I'm sure there's some accounts that were made on those dates that are legit. But like, you could keep going down here and doesn't follow anybody, doesn't follow anybody, doesn't follow anybody. Like, how many have we clicked now? They don't follow anybody on Twitch. Now, for example, if you want to see what it looks like when it's somebody who does follow, right? Let's take a look at, let's see, there's maybe, normally Choice is in her stream, so he would have been a good option. Trying to see if there's a name I recognize. Right, like this person, for example. Look at all the people they follow. right? As you can see, they follow a bunch of people. And you will find that people who hang out in a certain category tend to follow multiple people in that category. Who cares? Other people in the space who get pushed down, advertisers, Twitch should obviously care. It's obviously a difficult thing. I mean, I understand why in general a viewer doesn't care. But you're not as vested in this space as other people are, right? But it negatively affects everybody. And it indirectly negatively affects you too, because there might be content creators out there, Draco, that you really enjoy their content, right? And by people trying to cheat the system and take shortcuts, it makes it less profitable for the people who are streaming. It makes it harder for them because they get less exposure. And because the advertisers are constantly going to be working on a specific ROI, if they're getting a worse return on that investment, they're going to offer less for sponsorships. So that means your favorite content creators are making less, which might make them say, hey, you know what? This is unfeasible. I can't do this anymore. Or there might be new content creators that never get to grow and blow up because they never get the little bit of traction that they need because they're constantly being buried by people cheating. Right. One thing to think about it is viewbotting is like steroids for Twitch. Imagine if you went to like an Olympic sport and said, who cares if this person's taking steroids? Who cares if it's giving them an unfair advantage? Right? It's kind of silly. Like I said, we don't know who's doing it, but we do know there are bots in our channel. The biggest thing though, Draco, is to a certain degree you're right. Like when it comes to someone like Mr. Rappo, when it comes to myself, when it comes to Biceptimus, it doesn't really affect us a whole lot because we're already at the top. Even if you're not in that first space, if you're in that first row, you're getting about an equal amount of exposure. And even if somebody clicks on her stream first and says, hey, this is boring, what the hell? And they're going to move on to either the second, third, fourth slot. They're going to try to find somebody who is entertaining, and they will find them, and they will find their spot that they like, right? So it's not really affecting us as much, aside from that sponsorship part, which I just explained. But the people who benefit, or sorry, get hurt the most by it, are the people who get pushed down off the first page, right? Because once you have to start scrolling down in order to find a streamer, the amount of exposure they get goes down dramatically. Thank you, babe. The coffee brought to me. Another way to look at it is like, it's hard. Like if somebody's stealing from a grocery store and you see it happen, you might be like, who cares? They're not stealing from me. But the reality is, they are stealing from you. These grocery stores, they have a specific amount of shrink that they account for. But as grocery stores, if there's more theft going on in that grocery store, their shrink goes up, right? Shrink is basically the amount of product they have to sell. Fuck, 1 second, my camera's fucking up. The amount of... Come on, go back, camera. Hello? Oh, wrong command. There we go. The amount of... What shrink is they have an expected amount of product that they order. They expect to sell a certain amount, and then there's the amount that might get damaged, might get stolen, basically just gets lost through some means along the way, right? That's their shrink, and it's accounted for in the price, right? The price is slightly higher to account for a certain tolerance of what is called shrink. Well, if theft starts to go up and those shrink values start to go up, they will then have to start increasing the prices. So even though they may not be directly stealing from you in the moment, they are stealing from you in the long term, because in the long term prices will go up and you will have to foot the bill. Yeah, I mean, and you obviously don't understand this space, Draco, and I'm not going to try to convince you. You could do a little bit of research to better understand it. But just because you don't understand how advertisement works in this space, it doesn't mean that it doesn't happen, right? That's a very ignorant way to approach things. Just say, well, I don't understand it, so therefore it must not be true. You want to keep the XP? What do you mean? Keep the XP? I mean, I don't mind if you just want to hang out here for the rest of the day. I'm going to keep it a buck. I won't do this every day, but no, I don't mind. Typically, I was power leveling people for, like the EU guys. They were making accounts on NA, and I was trying to help them level up. You know, so they have playable accounts on NA to do node wars and stuff. Because a more active node war scene is better for everybody, right? You know what, Draco? I don't know if you're still here. I'll do a little explanation for you. And yes, there's a certain degree, like, obviously advertisers are aware that some botting happens on the platform. But as the botting goes up, right, they have a specific ROI that they're expecting to get. And as botting goes up and up and up, the same way like with Shrink, this is why I use the example, they're going to realize, hey, you know what? The ROI, our expected return on this investment isn't as high as we expected, so next time we're going to offer less. And when they offer less, what the botters do is they just increase the number of bots, right? I'm going to fucking turn this shit off. This shit is pissing me off, this camera shit. 1 second. It is absolutely pissing me off. I'm turning these hand gestures off. So as that, as their ROI goes down, the people who are doing it legitimately, they get less offers. They get offered less money from the sponsors, and the people who are cheating, they'll just turn up the bots to compensate. And it creates a vicious cycle where the people who are doing it legitimately are getting buried and buried and buried. It's not that I don't understand. It's just that it's 26 and this ViewBot thing has been around for years. I mean, it's clear that you don't understand it, because if it was as easy as you're claiming it is to be, then this wouldn't be a problem, right? It obviously wouldn't be a problem. Like, your argument kind of defeats itself immediately when you just take 2 seconds to think about it. If it was so easy to detect and deal with ViewBots, then why isn't everybody doing it? So, I mean, you could say you understand, but it's clear you don't. Okay, so where are my gestures? Presets, view, gimbal, AI mode, hand tracking, no. Tracking speed, no. Where the fuck are the gestures? Okay, no, that's not it. Keep it on. It drives me crazy because I talk with my hands too much. There needs to be a gesture that I could do to turn on and off the gestures. Like, I should be able to do this, and then it turns the gestures on. And then I could start doing this, right? And then it'll start doing other stuff, and I could be like this, and now it'll start following me. Ooh. Maybe I'm learning sign language at the same time. I actually can't figure out how to turn the gestures off right now. Oh, no, never mind. I found it. Maybe I'll just turn off the zoom. Because I can just use the dynamic zoom, right? I could turn off the automatic zoom, but I could still do this. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. So I could still manually do it. I have a quick question. How's participation on 75 member cap node war days in NA? In EU, we are basically dominated by a single alliance and nobody else is able to contest them. I don't think that's happening here on NA. It's not about people paying the streamer or not. It's about human behavior. When you see a large amount of people on a certain stream, you assume he is good or I might join it. And when a big wave of people doing that, the true entertaining streamers get left with 20 views and the new guy always assumes he sucks. Yeah. I mean, it is that original thing, but you're right. It is very much that too. Right? There's a whole plethora of ways that it affects not only how it affects the streamers directly that are doing it legitimately, but also their perception of them, which is what you're referring to, right? So it's and like I said, I'm very clear. I don't know if she's doing it. I think it's likely that she isn't. But the more it goes on without any addressal, the more it goes on with her and Choice to try to sweep it under the rug, like nothing is going on, despite the fact that every single point of data, as well as actually seeing the accounts, blatantly shows that there are bots in the stream. The more that they try to deny all of the data and all of the proof, the more it looks like not only that they are complacent, but potentially an accomplice in it, right? But Twitch is supposed to be running a new system soon that's going to be rolling out in the next couple weeks. Not necessarily the best way, in my opinion, but anything is better than nothing. I think this new system has the potential to be weaponized, and haters can then use it to attack streams, as opposed to people using it to benefit streams. You need, but what it's going to do is it's going to take a look at if they detect that there is bots in the stream, they will use the streamer's average CCV, which is concurrent viewership, they didn't specify what period of time, and then they will set a cap to that person's stream viewership for a specific amount of time at what that average is. Unfortunately, this now creates a system where it can be weaponized, right? People could then viewbot a stream. If they know that they got like a big stream coming up in a month where they'll get a lot of views, they could try to viewbot them temporarily, get this restriction applied to their channel, and now they won't get any benefit from that potential exposure, right? From whatever that event might be. So I don't think that this is the best way to handle it, but I do like that, like, every time this conversation comes to the forefront because of whatever might have sparked it, I do really like that it shows it gets Twitch back in the game again, right? Of like trying to work on a solution to help the people who are doing this legitimately and not trying to take shortcuts. Yeah, Prestige, and they tried to do something like that a little while ago, and we saw a massive drop in viewership across a bunch of streams. And ironically, that same like 24-hour or 48-hour period where they tried almost exactly what you're suggesting, the streamer we're talking about decided to take a break those days, even though it was their normal stream days, coincidentally. Was it a coincidence? Maybe. It's certainly possible. But once again, another point of data that looks awfully incriminating, right? By the way, if you guys are wondering what the Twitch thing was that I'm talking about, yeah. Oh, 100% Prozac, right? And this is, by the way, you guys, Prozac is somebody. He's the CEO, whatever the hell you want to call it, the owner of Icon. And he does work with streamers to advertise his product, right? And when he sees a stream with 1,000 views, he expects to get a certain ROI, right? He probably has it very carefully mapped out. If my product is in the eyes of 1,000 viewers, there's approximately on average 2% of them will become customers, right? And he will offer a certain rate for that. It also helps create brand recognition, right? Once again, advertisers aren't always trying to make money through advertising. They're also trying to create brand recognition, because brand recognition will generate them more money in the long term. But yeah, he expects to get a certain ROI. And when he is all of a sudden paying for 1,000 views on a product, and he only gets an ROI of like a quarter of what he's expected to get, it's like, well, what the fuck? I just got scammed. That was a waste of money. So you know what happens is now the next time he offers the next stream less money, because if all of a sudden there's like a 50-50 chance this person might be cheating or they're not, he has to factor that into what he offers. So the people who are doing it legitimately get screwed because they have real eyes in their stream, where the people who are cheating, they'll just all of a sudden double their numbers.
Umunumuapua gifted a
Right?
tier 1 sub to Prozac_H.
They'll
They
say-
have given 5 gift subs in the channel.
Yo, appreciate you. They'll say, hey, I only got half the ROI on this advertisement, so I'm only going to offer the streamer half as much next time. And you know what the streamers do that cheat? They double the bots. They say, bet. No problem for us. We'll increase the number of bots. This way we still make the same amount of money, but all the people who are doing it legitimately get stepped on and pushed down, right? By the way, is my camera following me again? Yeah. Yeah. And that's something I was trying to explain another time too, Prozac, is if you follow where the money can lead, right? Who benefits from botting? You'll realize it's not only the streamer, right? It could be the game category. Like there could be a game out there who's botting their category to make it look more popular. There could be the talent agencies might be botting their viewers, or sorry, their streamers. So this way they can try to negotiate more, use it as leverage for negotiations with sponsors. If you follow the money, you realize there's many different spots where the person could benefit or somebody benefits from it. So it's hard to, like, I think people need to be very careful about trying to pin it on the streamer specifically. Because in a lot of cases, the streamer might be completely oblivious to it happening. It might be just their talent agency. It might be just the game category. Sometimes I wonder, like, when there's nothing going on in BDO, but for some reason you'll see, like, the viewership on average for, like, a month might be up for BDO, even though nothing's going on. It's really fucking weird sometimes, and I wonder, is Pearl Abyss botting the category itself? Or other games doing this, right? Sometimes, though, it's hard to account for all external factors. Maybe another game just recently, you know, went tits up and people are looking for a new home. So even though there's nothing going on in your game, it's something new for other people. So you'll see a spike in viewership. Yeah. And you guys, I like the fact that you guys are being a little bit more educated in the space. I completely understand why a lot of viewers too just don't want anything of it, right? They don't want anything to do with the conversation. I get it. That's perfectly fine, right? Pick the battles you want to fight on. My hill doesn't have to be your hill. In fact, I wouldn't even call this my hill. I'm just standing here saying, like, acknowledging that there is a hill myself. and trying to create more education on how this negatively affects people who are doing it legitimately, and how you can see who the people are that aren't, right? Or at least whose channels are affected by this happening to them. I think it's an important conversation, but yeah, I don't expect you guys to all of a sudden pick up a sword and die on the same hill, because this obviously affects most people who just log on to Twitch and find their favorite streamer to watch and view. It obviously doesn't affect them a whole lot, right? Not directly. So it's hard for them to be as invested in it. Well, the thing is from what we understand, bots actually don't generate any direct ad revenue. They will certainly allow you to get better offers from sponsors, but in terms of just advertisement revenue from Twitch, which is the majority of our revenue, from what we understand, they don't get any revenue directly from that. But being at the top of a category because of botting gets you more through traffic, more turnover, right? People just naturally coming through your stream, or maybe because you're at the top, they just randomly pick who's at the, well, I guess it's not random, but they'll just pick whoever's at the top to AFK in their channel in order to collect their drops, right? And those people, they are generating revenue off, right? They're basically buying themselves an unfair amount of publicity. This is speculation, but I think people give too much credit on detecting bots and not giving ad revenue. I think for sure, yeah. I find it hard to believe that all bots don't generate any revenue. The same way, like, oh yeah, I was going to show you guys a post that they actually just made recently about this new enforcement that's going to be coming into place in the next couple weeks. Or no, maybe it's not this one. It's actually a follow-up one to this, but we'll go over this first, right? But this was just a few days ago. Note on our work to combat viewbotting from CEO Dan Clancy. There's been a lot of discussion recently about viewbotting on Twitch, and I wanted to share an update on our enforcement efforts. Viewbotting is bad for our business, we don't benefit from it, and we believe it harms the creator ecosystem overall. Right? The second part of that, definitely true. The fact that they say they don't benefit from it, I mean, they obviously negotiate sponsors on the platform as a whole, and the platform looking more popular through viewbots does indirectly benefit them, or directly benefit them, whether they are aware of it or not, right? Or intentionally doing it or whatever. Anyways, as we deploy our updates to real-time detecting algorithms, viewbotting companies quickly respond with updates to avoid detection. This is very obviously true, right? You look at this in any game where you have like aim bots, wall hacks, anything like that. There's always this cat and mouse game between the developers of the game trying to improve methods to detect the cheaters, and the cheaters trying to avoid detection, right? This is obviously true. Also, our detection systems must be precise to ensure legitimate viewers are appropriately counted. This is true too, right? You don't want legitimate viewers being removed from the view count as well. That can negatively affect people. Today, we're introducing a new enforcement type that we plan to roll out over the next few weeks. For channels identified as persistently viewbotting, we will apply a cap to the streamer's CCV for a fixed period of time on all of Twitch's services. The cap will be based upon historical data regarding the creator's non-viewbotted traffic. Repeated violations will result in longer penalties. Streamers will be notified when an enforcement is applied, along with the duration of the penalty, and can be appealed to the appeals portal. Now, my concern with this is I feel like this system can be weaponized now. Now you put the power in the hands of the haters. People who hate streamers can now throw a bunch of bots in that channel to get a cap applied to their channel for a certain period of time, right? And I think that is potentially a very bad thing. Now, a follow-up to this that makes me scratch my head, the truth of it. Let me take a little snip of it. This is also from Dan Clancy, the CEO of Twitch. He was responding to a post made by Pirate Software. If you want, I'll give the link to the actual post. But the thing that I question more so is what Dan said when he says a number of streamers have suggested that embeds are the primary viewbot vector. While this is an attack vector we monitor, embeds only account for 0.37% of total hours watched on Twitch and are not the primary source of the problem today. We have policies around embed usage and actively detect and take action against sites that violate them, and will continue to look at ways to address this vector. I think everything about this sentence is true, except the one thing that I don't believe is the 0.37%. This seems really low, right? I don't understand it, why it would be that low. So I do believe everything about this sentence, but if they genuinely believe that it's 0.37, and you know what? I could be wrong. This is just my gut feeling. I feel like their ways of detecting embeds must be maybe faulty. I don't know. But I could be wrong. I accept that I might be wrong. Yeah, that happens all the time, Budget Gamer. Viewership doesn't increase in real time. You'll see that happen on every single channel. I don't know what you're trying to point out. Yeah, that's nothing. That just happens regularly because of the way, like, viewership isn't counted in real time, right? And it happens almost like in ticks. And I think a person has to stay in your channel for a certain period of time before they're counted in a tick. But there's obviously people always leaving and coming through at the same time. So sometimes there might be a series of a bunch of fresh viewers that aren't going to count on the next tick. But maybe you lost some, so it's going to look like a drop. And then the next tick, you'll see it jump back up, right? You'll typically see, a fluctuation of low and high number, and the average in between is what's important, right? So if you constantly see it going between 500 and 700, then the average is probably the 600, right? You will see this happen in practically every single stream on Twitch. I'm confident enough actually saying every single stream on Twitch where you will see this fluctuation. And you'll notice that it's roughly proportional to the viewership of the channel too. I'm on NA. Like I said, I don't even like talking about this a whole lot. It's just kind of a hot button issue, and people are talking about it a lot lately, so it makes it hard to talk about it. This isn't a hill that I want to die on. Ultimately, you know, it's my responsibility to be the Twitch police and try to witch hunt people. It's Twitch's responsibility to try to improve the detection methods and protect the integrity of the platform. You know, the amount of effort, like if you are every single day trying to point a finger and yell at people, that's effort you could be putting into your own content to just make your own content better, right? And I would rather my content just be better. So, you know, obviously this conversation has been coming up every day for the last little while, but I try not to harp on it too much. My UI scale is at 1.0. I'm playing at 1440p or 2K. And the proportions with the UI is perfect. In fact, if you want to have the same ratio, but you're playing at 1080p, then if you drop your UI down to 80%, it'll be almost the exact same ratio. I have not dropped any ring pieces here at all. No, my kids don't play video at all. My kids will occasionally play like Roblox. They got some games on there that they like to play. They've been playing horror games on there. Like there's like this Shawarma kiosk game they'll play. They got my wife and I playing with them one time. We're all sitting there on the couch, and it's like basically you run a shawarma kiosk, and there's a bunch of jump scares that happen. You got to see like who are the real customers and who are like the zombies. On side note, you got 10 trillion gold to grind out? Yeah, not silver, but just of usable assets. Yeah. No, their accounts can't talk to anybody that they're not friends with. My kids have no interest in that. The only people they add as friends are their friends from school. How far am I? I don't know. I don't track it every single day. It'd be too tiring. I don't feel like re-adding everything up every single day. My kids are very responsible online. We, you know, me being in this space, obviously, I'm a lot more aware than your average parents of what can go on online. So I had like some really lengthy conversations with my kids about being very careful about who they associate with and what they post online, because the internet is forever. Now that my daughters are getting a little bit older, might be time to rehab that conversation with them. Ooh, guild bosses, 7:30 p.m. Make that cheddar. What time is it in NA? Well, North America is really big. There's multiple time zones. That's like asking what time is it in fucking Europe. Even worse, actually. I'm pretty sure we're wider than Europe is. Maybe. It's hard to tell. The fucking globe thing. Anyways, it's ranging anywhere between probably 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. Where I'm at, it's 4 p.m. right now. I'm closer to the East Coast. Just about dinner time. Don't want them to make crappy TikToks? I mean, if they're just making fun little TikToks, that doesn't bother me. They actually do have TikTok accounts, but they're private. Nobody can see their videos. The thing is, too, is they're young, so their accounts have to be set to private. If their accounts weren't set to private, TikTok would actually ban their accounts, because they're too young, right? The nice thing about TikTok, though, is you can see what your kids are up to by just looking at their feed, right? Just go to their base feed. My daughters do dance like full time outside of school, and their feed is mostly like arts and crafts and dance, like learning new dance techniques and, you know, people showing off stuff. Like I said, very we keep a close eye on their phones. Understand that their phones are not private. They're not off limits to us. I can actually load up my phone and I can actually see what time they spend on what apps whenever they install a new app. It keeps a log of all that stuff. No, don't ruin it for me, Platypus. I need to still play Diablo 4. I thought I was finally done with Crimson Desert, but now these guys are telling me I need to finish the Abyss. So, I'm going to finish the Abyss, and then I can start Diablo 4. And then I have approximately 20 days to complete that before Path of Exile has their big patch. There was, yeah, and that's going live on the 29th. That's what I was referring to. And not to mention, they said that they want to release 1.0 by the end of this year, right, Kinjar? Wasn't it by the end of this year or within a year? Maybe it was within a year. But that's a pretty big deal. Was it by December? Yeah, that's exciting. I really, really like Path of Exile as well. I really like what Diablo 4's evolved into. Path of Exile 2 is a ton of fucking fun. What I'm gonna need to do, right? I need to finish doing that Crimson Desert thing. I need to play Diablo 4, beat that. Then on the 29th, 0.5 comes out for Path of Exile. Then have approximately a month to finish that. And then we'll have the Heidel Ball, which will probably announce Adania Part 2 and who knows what else. I have a feeling, I don't know why, I have a hunch that this is going to be a crazy ball. I don't know what it is. I've never felt this way, and I hope I'm not disappointed. But I just have a feeling that this is going to be a crazy ball. And then I'm going to have that for who knows how long, right? So I got, you know, everything is spaced out about a month, so I should have time to do everything I want to do. Yeah. And I'm not, your book's solid? Yeah, yeah. The thing is like, I don't think I'm going to sit there and grind in Diablo 4, right? Unless for some reason I really enjoy it. The main thing I want to do is just get through the story. One free Pen Debo with the Hideout Ball for new players to catch up. I actually don't think a Pen Debo... Well, maybe. I think what's more likely is a free Tet Fallen God armor, and they give away... Sorry, and they reduce the amount of pities on Fallen God down to like 25 for Tet, and, you know, etc., right? Yeah, exactly. Similar to like what they did with Blackstar, because by that point, we'll have had Adonia armors for a year. I think it's about time to give a catch-up mechanic for new players with the Fallen Gods. I also really think that they should combine the Fallen Gods. Having a DR and an Evasion Fallen God right now just creates confusion for new players, because Evasion Fallen God is just really fucking bad now. It will not work for anybody. You should always pick DR, because you just won't have enough evasion for it to matter at that gear level anymore. So I think, like, just the same way that they combined Adonia armors to be both, I think they should do the same thing with Fallen God, because all it is creating confusion for new players, where there's the right choice and the wrong choice. Alright? But then, yeah, on top of it, make it easier. Yeah, you're griefing your PvE and your PvP with Evasion Fallen God, right? Because even if you have Tet of full Evasion Fallen Gods on the best Evasion class, if you run into anybody who's even reasonably into Adonia, they just have so much accuracy that your evasion is never going to matter anyways. And you're just going to be a wet paper bag. You're not only going to have no meaningful amount of evasion, but you're also going to have no DR to mitigate the hits that get through, which will be all of them, right? The evasion option is just... Maybe if they don't even want to combine it, just remove the evasion option. But, like, it's just... There's no doubt in my mind that there's some players who maybe picked the evasion option and then found out how bad of an option it was and regret it and maybe quit the game because of it, right? Maybe they didn't know how to swap their Fallen Gods. Or, you gotta remember, for new players too, even though it's only like 1 billion silver to swap your Fallen God, to some people they're like, what do you mean I gotta give up an hour of my gameplay just to swap because I made a wrong decision, right? To some people, that's a big fucking deal. That feels miserable to some people. Now, if you're a veteran BDO player, you're like, an hour? I've lost way more than an hour to stupid decisions. Like accidentally grinding for 2 hours or half a day with fucking immortal perfumes on. I've done that. All of a sudden my buffs aren't popped and I'm like, huh? That doesn't make sense. And then I click and I realize I accidentally had the immortals on the whole time. Why are you naming names? We all been there. We've all been there. Good thing I'm rich? Yeah, but, you know, you don't get rich by making mistakes like that all the time. But you know what you do? When you do make a mistake like that, you make sure you learn from it, and then it wasn't for nothing, right? Come out on the other side of that mistake a little smarter. Damn. If I would have been solo today, I might have got almost half a percentage of XP. I feel like I must have picked up like almost 0.2 today. What did I start at today? Anybody have the rewind feature? What percentage did I start at today? I'm pretty sure it was like 54.7. Unless I'm remembering poorly, which is perfectly, which is very likely. 54.792. So almost 0.2. Which means if I was in a party or wasn't in a party, I probably would have got pretty close to 0.4. Yeah. Would have almost doubled what I got. Because it was a party of 3 most of the day. Where does that level 71 guy grind? Probably the double Orbita now. It used to be Gyphon, right? Gyphon used to be the best place to live at for XP. Now it's the when you do the double rotations at Orbita, that's the best spot. That's technically better than here. But this spot is, you know, much better money than that. And then hitting the dummies every night, right? If only that 68 didn't want to leech. I can't wait. I can't wait for the payback. When one day I see Humanamanana Pua grinding and I'm like, yo, now it's my turn. And then I go and I hop in the party, hop in a little cubby hole, and then I go skipping my way down to the park to go swing on the swings while my character's getting XP. You paying gold bars? True. You've actually been gifting subs. I honestly cannot complain about that. I cannot complain about that. That is super tremendous. Does that count as RMT? I don't think so, but technically, I mean, I guess it depends on intent, right? If I'm saying, hey, I'll only let you stay in the party if you keep giving me subs, then I guess in a sense you can, right? You could say it, but if I'm just saying, yeah, you can leech, and then the person's giving me subs just because they're thankful, that's different, right? So I guess it depends on previous conversations. You'd be part of the problem? I mean, I don't think Deadeye's the problem anymore. She got some pretty significant nerfs. I don't know if I would by any means call her busted anymore. I wonder how Deadeyes are doing in Solaire. I imagine not that well. Yeah. Kind of struggling now. They probably over-nerfed him. Yo. And another one. Oh, my Elkstone's broken.
Humunumoapua gifted a tier 1 sub
Humunuapua.
to RHK_.
You know,
They have given 7 gift subs in the channel.
all these gifted subs are going to help me remember how to pronounce your name. And then tomorrow, it's all going to be gone. I'm going to have forgotten. Actually, I'm not streaming tomorrow. Monday, it'll all be forgotten. Yo, what? That's too generous. Too generous. I appreciate that so much, though.
Humunumoapua gifted a tier 1 sub to Fire Phoenix_72.
W Grifter? Yo, what? Just to wash them down?
Humunumoapua
Enough
gifted a
power
tier
of
1
Sakurai.
sub to the Street Art.
Oh, you did say gifter. I thought I read grifter for some reason. Oh, shit.
Humunumoapua gifted a tier 1 sub to Chikenka_UWU.
Evasion activated. Yeah.
Humunumoapua gifted a tier 1 sub
Ooh,
to
so
Kahashi
fast.
X.
You're so fast. It's a hard ask. What the hell is that supposed to mean?
Humunumoapua gifted a tier 1 sub to Polachik. Humunumoapua gifted a tier 1 sub to Super_Karate_Monkey.
Ba, 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 ba. Bots joining the party, huh?
Humunumoapua gifted a tier 1 sub to Golden_26.
Hey, when you give subs, you deserve your name called out. I wonder if there's a way to change the voice for the subs. There's got to be a way.
Humunumoapua gifted a tier 1 sub to Casmo____.
I'm actually going to take a look at that. I've never actually taken a look if I could change the voice for gifted subs. Let's see. Streaming tool, overlays, alerts, edit, subscribers,
Humunumoapua
settings,
gifted a tier 1 sub to War_Whisperer.
TTS setting, enable text to speech. Oh, the voice. It looks like there's no AI voices. There's a lot of options though.
Humunumoapua gifted a tier 1 sub to Dochi_.
Okay, let's see. We'll go back to the English voices. I can do like a whole bunch of voices. I could do like a Korean voice. Let's try a Korean voice. Okay, 1 second. Let's try it. I'm gonna simulate a gifted sub.
Have you ever had a dream that you could
Oh. Actually, this. Will this do a sound or text speech? Okay, no, it didn't. Let's try this one.
Have you ever had a dream that you could
Bob voice. Like SpongeBob? Okay, let's see if this one. This should be the same as the gifted. No, it didn't. Custom, maybe? Oh, here we go. Okay, let's try this.
Have you ever had a dream that
Hey, what's up, buddy? You want to come say hi? Come here. Come here. Come say hi.
Little doggo.
본투 레이트 투 익스플로어 더 어스, 본투 얼리 투 익스플로어 더 유니버스, 본 퍼펙트 젤리 투 익스플로어 땡큐 메이맷.
Okay, I didn't understand a damn word it said. Okay, let's try Canadian French.
I wish there was a way to test these without having to go through them. The thing is,
I'm a diva. I'm a diva. I'm a diva. Not a diva is a female version of a hustler.
Have you ever had a dream that you could don't you could don't you could you want don't you could you could don't you could
okay, waiting for it.
Do not fear a man that spams 1,000 memes. Instead, fear a man that spams a meme 1,000 times.
I don't like Carter. Let's try. Let's try this voice.
Have you ever had a dream that you could don't
You want down? You want down? No. You enjoy just chilling here? Oh no, he wants down.
Born too late to explore the Earth, born too early to explore the universe, born perfectly to explore dank memes.
That voice ain't too bad. Okay, that's Matthew. Let's remember Matthew. Let's try Justin.
Have you ever had a dream that you could don't you could don't
Maxim?
you want don't you could don't
If it's in US English voice, then
Do
no.
not fear a man that spams 1,000 memes. Instead, fear a man that spams a meme 1,000 times.
That one could be funny. I know that voice. There's some fun like TTS things you could do with that voice. I'm not gonna keep going through all these. There's like legit like 200 voices for me to go through. Bunch of different accents and stuff too. It's just something that I'll have to find a better way to kind of browse through them. I'm just gonna leave it on that one for now. What I want to do, I'm sure Janai is going to immediately raid hosts pretty soon here, now that Choice has gone live. I'm going to put my tracker on his stream, And I want to see what happens to all those March 1st and 2nd accounts as soon as they're thrown over to his stream. I want to see them all potentially move over there and then them all disappear at the exact same second. Right? Because once the whatever it is detects that, hey, the person that we're supposed to be in their channel is no longer live, they'll disappear. Yeah. I'm sure that knocking sound has broken a couple necks. People going, oh! And then they hear the knock the other way and they flip their head and their neck breaks and they have their pants around their ankles and they're just laying there dead in their chair. Oh. How'd you know?
And splaga blaga 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 blom 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 beam 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 spiggity bum spiggity boom yes 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 yes.
Reminds me of the old Star Wars meme. Of course I know him. He is me. Oh my god, give me that ring. Is that 2 rings in 1 pack? I like it. No enhanced Debos today, though. I'm starting to think that I didn't have my pets out or something yesterday, though, or my pets were set poorly. I still don't understand how I did so poorly, not only with the blissful boxes, but with the Debo rings. The fact that almost everything that I was supposed to get yesterday was down a lot implies to me that I fucked up somewhere. By the way, if you guys want to see a normal distribution of what a stream looks like with that same extension, this is choice, right? As you can see here, right? There's an even distribution of viewers, accounts made at certain times, a very normal increase. You know, new accounts come in, and as they get authorized, right, it goes up. You don't see any months that are way higher than others. It's a very even distribution, right? This is what it looks like normally. Normal graphs look like. We get a man with a degree in graph reading. Maybe we could find a dermatologist. I heard they do skin grafts all the time. Don't boo me. Don't you dare. Don't you dare boo me. That was fantastic. What are we listening to? John. Oh, it might be true. Does it kick in? They said they're going to be rolling it out over the next few weeks. So, whatever that means. Maybe they're going to start at the most egregious channels and we're going to see it slowly get applied to other channels. Right? Where the biggest channels that are known to have bots in it are going to be hit first. Oh. Look at that. Okay, now we watch it. Now we watch it, chat. She just rated him. Let's see how it changes. I'm curious. Let's watch this graph. I'm going to put it in the corner. I want to see how, because I showed you guys how many of those accounts were made on March 1st and 2nd. Over 200 of them, right? This updates in ticks, so I'm curious what the next tick is going to say. Okay, it's still sorting them out. I've never tried to watch choices after you got a raid from her, because I'm really curious what happens to all those accounts that were made on March 1st and 2nd. Like, are they in his stream then immediately disappear? Okay, oh. Look at that. It's still searching them. We have some of them for that date. We're gonna wait. It still hasn't finished authenticating. Those accounts must immediately go offline, because it is kind of odd that she just rated him with, what, 1,100 people, but his viewership only went up by like 300. Usually you see a much higher, like, all the viewers go in for the first couple picks and then it slowly drops off, right? Or pretty rapidly drops off. The fact that he only went up like a couple hundred views, despite getting an 1,100 person, 1,200 person raid or whatever that was, I guess it must mean that they immediately just, they don't get transferred over during a raid. Yeah, 1,095 person raid, but his viewership only went from, and he was still ramping up, but it only went from, where is it? 302. Wait, why does this not look like it's, oh, here we go. 302 to 646. So only 340 of the 1,100 people got moved over. So that might be a pretty good indicator of what her real viewership is, actually. If only 350 moved over and the other 800 didn't, raids aren't that small. You're always going to lose some people in a raid, obviously, but the fact that that was proportionally so low is kind of insane. I should show you guys the next time we see, like, maybe the next morning where, like, Biseptimus is streaming, right? I think we go and I show you what his data looks like. But when he raids somebody, let's watch who he raids, and you'll see proportionally, you know, initially much more than 20% of the viewers are going to be moving over, or 25%. Usually it's probably closer to like 70. Yeah, biceps data looks good. When you pull up him, Mr. Rapolis, there's a very even distribution. You don't see all of a sudden, right? Like 20% of their total viewership are just accounts made on the same 1 or 2 days. You see it's like 3, 4, 5, 6, 3, 6, 5, like just a roughly even, completely random distribution across, 6 years. You believe they checked me too? Wait, who checked me? What are you referring to? Or who are you referring to? I mean, if you guys want, I could pull up my own stream right now and show you guys too. 1 second. Right, so right now this is 1 second. I gotta close this other window. It'll only let you track one stream at a time. Let me kill this Parash so it doesn't kill me while I'm trying to pull this up. Okay, where the fuck? Start tracking, okay, There we go. No, that is not the right thing. That was the LEDs I was looking at. Actually, no, what is music sync? What the fuck is that? Some ad pop up on my other shit? Oh, no, that's an LED strip. Never mind. Okay, where is the viewer metrics thing? There we go. Right. So this is for my stream, right? You'll see in this graph, very even distribution, right? Some accounts, like you'll notice ever since December 2019, all the, hey, 1 second, I can hear myself in the background. Here, I gotta pause that. All the way from December of 2019 all the way to today, you see there's a very random but evenly distributed amount of accounts made every single month, right? Or accounts that are hanging out of my stream. You don't see 200 all made on the same day. These are all separated by month, right? And then you'll also see, although there isn't enough, this shows right here, although I have to track it longer. This bottom graph here shows not only how long or when those accounts are made across the bottom, but how much time they've spent in the stream across the top. And the brightness obviously is the separation. This needs more time to update because I just started tracking my channel. You'll see it slowly accumulate more data. But if you also go and you look at the viewers, right, you'll see like it's a very even distribution. You could go the biggest month is August 2018, has 13 accounts, and you'll see that even for August, it's like random amount of days. There's no single day that's super high. And you can click on these and you'll see, right, they follow people, right? Some of them only one person. Hey, that's me! And Divios, right? Very normal looking information. It's a really cool app because having a breakdown of the viewership will tell you a heck of a lot more. Like I said, chat activity is not the best thing. It's not the best metric. It's actually probably one of the worst metrics. But it is still a data point that points in a specific direction, right? Someone was checking the video streamers after the bot changes. The thing is, those changes haven't been rolled out yet. So it'll be interesting. They did say a few weeks. Like I said, I have a feeling they gave a range of over the next few weeks because they're probably going to apply these changes to the biggest channels first and slowly trickle it down. Right? Go from big streamers and then come down from there. That's my suspicion. Maybe they're going to do some fine tweaking with it too before they roll it out. But I really hope that one day Twitch does find like a foolproof way to deal with this. To me, it's a nothing burger. It does feel that way in general, right? What I suspect, and if anybody's been watching Twitch for a long time, what you probably expect is because of this whole thing that happened with that one streamer, I can't remember her name, that brought this to the forefront just recently. Twitch kind of had to respond because it was so blatantly obvious. But what's going to happen is they're going to make their statement and they're going to, over the next month, maybe we'll see what feels like a little bit of momentum in regards to combating viewbotting. And then it's going to dissipate and we're going to be back to business as usual where it feels like they're doing nothing again, right? And you know what? Maybe in some cases it feels like they're doing nothing because maybe they're doing a good job. I don't know. Yeah. Well, and I agree with you, but there's also any type of category, especially an MMO that has drops, especially lengthy drops all the time, you have to understand that that is going to bring higher viewership. There's going to be lots of people who are going to work or going to bed, and they're just going to find a stream to sit in, and then they're gone, right? So they're not going to contribute to chat activity, and they're going to be inflating viewership. I think there's a lot of creators in the BDO category that don't appreciate enough how much that the drops that Pearl Abyss keep going on in the category 24/7, how much those drops are benefiting them. If all of a sudden Pearl Abyss stopped doing drops permanently, you would see like every creator in the BDO directory probably lose at least half their viewership or more. So when creators say that Pearl Abyss does nothing for them, it really bugs me. It's just weird. Two or so years of botting with no charisma, being able to get actual viewers and increase their monthly income, and they still continue to do it rather than go find a real job. Or not being able to increase their actual viewers. Yeah. Well, there's turnover in this space, right? There are people who maybe only watch the game that they're currently playing. Or maybe, you know, they have time on Twitch now, but maybe in the future they won't. There's people who, just like in any industry, they're there temporarily, and when they lose interest in video, they're going to go watch streamers of the new game they're playing, right? So one thing that you're always combating as a streamer is that turnover, right? If you want your channel to grow, not only do you got to get new viewers, new regular viewers, but you also have to get more new regular viewers than the regular viewers you're losing due to these other things, right? Whether it's, you know, people passing away, people losing interest in the game, maybe people just losing interest in the streamer, right? I'm on YouTube because Twitch banned my account for no reason. Really? Well, if it was a ban for no reason, you should probably put in an appeal if it was a misunderstanding. One thing that's really important is Twitch is, if you, I've seen people who just jokingly have typed in my chat that they are below a certain age, and all of a sudden they're banned. Like, Twitch seems to have like a pretty aggressive detection method for that. So if you just joked that you were underage, that can actually get you banned. And you should put in a ticket and be like, yo, I was just kidding. They might even ask you for proof. You might have to just make a new account, whatever it might be. I think you're a good metric to measure all this since you actually always game and do BDO things. Yeah, and I think it also shows the fluctuation in chat activity, right? Because I'll have times where we're having like a meaningful conversation and chat is moving along nice. And there'll be other times where I'll get super boring and I'm just fucking watching something on my side monitor, not talking to you guys at all. And you'll see chat activity fucking take a nosedive, right? So I think it actually does show like how much, and this is something that I think Choice, Rapolis, and Biceptimus deserve a lot of credit for, is they're really good at always moving the conversation along. Ellie as well, too, right? Like, Ellie is always talking with her chat. And you'll see that, like, if you're constantly putting in effort to talk, it will keep your chat moving. If I just all of a sudden start slouching in my chair, doing my circles, not talking to you guys, you'll see, like I said, chat activity will take a fucking nosedive. Why engage if the other person can't be bothered? Yeah. 100%, right? If you guys, and I try to do better at this and sometimes I don't, like I was kind of rude to a guy earlier when he asked me why underwater and I was like, why did you, I can't even remember what I said. But like, yeah, if you guys ask me a question, I'm just ignore it or I just give some snarky response. What's the chance you're going to type another question, right? What's the chance you're going to try to be involved in a conversation? Obviously, it's going to go down dramatically. I'm not perfect at it. I get crotchety all the time. You know, it's kind of a running meme. People will joke all the time about me being just a cranky old man, and it's honestly like it's true. I ain't going to try to pretend like it's not true. I try to do better. Shy gameplay, true. I think that could apply to a lot of classes, though. I'm sure there's a lot of people who aren't interested in watching a Sage grind, right? They want to see their class because maybe they want to learn how to grind better on their class or see if there's something that someone else is doing that they're not. Look maxing? Yeah. I was doing my own character select, IRL character select. Turns out my character was turning hideous. I should try to set up or see if I can set up some of those filters as presets, because I know I can set up a hotkey to change which way the camera is facing, but I wonder if I could also set up those presets for filters as well, and then I could let you guys do redeems. That might be kind of funny. Bring back the wig. Yeah. The wig, it gets uncomfortable. I get super hot wearing it, and it's like getting in my eyes, the bangs. I need a haircut pretty soon, though. My sides are getting kind of long. Overlay your face on the Sage wheelchair, yeah. You just use a razor to shave your head? Yeah, we own a beauty salon. So I'll go and sit in my wife's chair and be like, she'll be like, what do you want? I'll be like, what do you want to look at? I do whatever you want because I ain't gotta look at it. You gotta look at it.
I'm a diva. I'm a diva. Not a diva is a female version of a hustler.
I am tempted though to do a mustache. It's just I gotta shave off the beard, and if the mustache makes me look like a creep, then I gotta shave that off, and then I gotta start fresh again. This will take like a month, maybe 2 months to grow back. I feel like the only way we get to try like a mustache thing is we set up like a little dono goal, because I gotta get the wife's approval, because like I said, she gotta look at me. What do I look like without a beard? Regret. Yo, every time I shave off my beard, I fucking regret it. I'm like, oh yeah, I got that extra chin down there. Anybody with a beard knows, man. Shaving off your beard just feels weird. I feel like I need to drop like another 10 pounds. I'm actually not even that big. I'm 190. I wouldn't mind aiming for 180. I like being on the thinner side. For context too, I'm 6'0", so. I feel like 180 be a good sweet spot. Look a bit slimmer. I don't mind looking slimmer. Yeah. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Kedge? Kedge, can you hear me? Can you hear me, brother? You're listening? Okay. Yeah, I feel you 1000%. I feel the exact same way. It is just such a miserable play style that feels so fucking bad. It feels so bad. Even though you're still super high impact for the 20 seconds you have stamina, but it just feels like the rest of the time, unless the other team are complete idiots and ignore you, you're just spending your whole time running for your life, desperately trying to get stamina back, desperately just waiting for your teammate to peel so you can get a little bit of stam. And it feels so miserable. That's why I'm just not even playing Solaire. Unfortunately, I have to play some Solaire because I want to get the Solaire Pass rewards, but no, I'm just hoping that Deadeye's brother is something a little more interesting to me. Because if nothing happens by the time Deadeye's brother comes out, and if that class looks at least tolerable, like if it looks like somewhat of an enjoyable playstyle to me, I might be done with Sage at that point. Yeah. They need to at least, like, if they're not going to give us stam back, they need to at least give us some more neutral. But they took away almost all of our neutral and then absolutely annihilated our stamina. And both of those were the wrong thing to do, right? People were complaining because of our slows, because of our ranged grab, because of our oppressive, fully protected movement damage. Like, I wish they would have done those things. People don't like a class that's blinking around them fully protected and killing them standing without even having to catch them. It feels so dumb to fight against that. Not to mention while they're being slowed the whole time. If you got rid of the range grab, if you got rid of the fully protected movement damage, and if you got rid of the, not get rid of the fully protected movement damage, but bring it down to a much more tolerable level, and get rid of the range grab, I think people would be a lot more happy with fighting sages. It's so fucking annoying to me that they just decided to go the complete wrong way. Remove all of our neutral and then remove our stamina. We legit just have Riftstorm. We have Riftstorm and our E-buff and our reset. You use E-buff and reset now for super armor to try to get a little bit of stamina back. And your absorb. Actually, I don't even know if you get stamina back during absorb. I don't think you do. Laughs in Sork? I mean, you can laugh in Sork, but at least you guys have shards. Don't even pretend like it's the same thing. We don't have shards. Maybe that's the solution. Time to change the overdrive system into a charge system. Or an overcharge system into a shard system. Boom. I'm down for that. Do you want to make us like Sork? If you're going to give us the same stamina problems as Sork, give us the same backup resources, Sork. I'm down for that. That statement would be true, Laughs and Sork, if they didn't have shards. Just imagine playing Sork, but without shards. Well, lots of classes, if you pressure them enough or if they go too crazy, they have to pull back and get stamina. But lots of other classes have a ton of neutral to do, super armors to sit in, to protect themselves. Even though maybe they're not moving a lot, maybe those super armors don't do good damage. They have neutral to try to protect themselves. They're not resorting on only S block. And they're not instantly stammed out after 20 seconds. A lot of classes will get like a minute and a half, and then they have to find like some, if they're getting pressured for that long, they have to get somewhere and get some stam back. 20 fucking seconds we got. Owegu doesn't have many SAs to rotate, so okay. Let's take a look. Awakening Sage has Riftstorm. We have one. Let's see how many more you have. Okay. So Owegu. Let's start here. Forward guard, unprotected. Forward guard, forward guard. Okay, you have super armor here. Let's see how long that animation is. It's a reasonable length animation. You have another super armor, so that's already 2. There's another super armor. You have another one, that's 3. Unprotected, unprotected, unprotected. This one's only iframe at the beginning and it's super fast, so don't count. Another one, so that's 4. Here's another one. Okay, now that's just in the Awakening. Let's see what you have for Absolutes. Because you can go into your main hand and use these. We don't have super armors in our main hand either because of the way Suck Sage is designed. So you have this. That's a forward guard. This is only iframe while moving. It also probably consumes stam, right? So that wouldn't count. Actually, to be fair, I should go back to those Awakening abilities and see which ones consume stam. Let's go back first, because That is unfair, because if I'm going to count your stamina consuming abilities, then I got to count my stamina consuming abilities. And we're talking about neutral, right? Ways to get stamina back. So I got to make sure I'm fair. This doesn't consume stam. So that one did count. This one does consume stam. So that one doesn't count. So we're actually back down to 3. This one doesn't consume stam. And what was the last one? There was one more. I think it was Twisted Regret, right? And this doesn't. Okay, so you have 3, not 4. If we're going to be consistent, you have 3, not 4. Let's see the duration of this. That's pretty quick. Doesn't consume stam. Technically, we have a Rabomb that's probably the same range as that. Or same... ours is probably a little bit faster. That one's a decent duration. Not to mention you have this. That's pretty quick. We only have 1. You have 2 Rabombs there that you can use. And then, yeah, back to main hand, right? So you have this, doesn't consume stamina. It's a reasonable thing. Like, this is your neutral, right? Not necessarily good to be using for damage. Not necessarily good to be using for catching. But it's a super armor you could sit in to try to get some stamina back while keeping yourself protected, right? We don't have those things. That's what I'm talking about when I say neutral, right? That's just iframe movement. Unprotected. Super armor before the attacks hit, which means it's unprotected on the attack, so you're not using that for neutral. This one's during the skill. That's the long-ass animation that you can use, no stamina cost, so that counts. So what are we up to now? If we're not counting Rabombs, we're back up to 4, or no, 5, because there was another one up here. Unprotected, unprotected, unprotected. Super armor during skill. There's another one, so we're now at 5. Forward guard. Super armor during skill. That's a long animation. See, like, we have this to get stam back. And that's it. That's it. That's our one thing. We have one Rabomb that is super fast too. But like, look how fast this Rabomb is. Oh wait, not this one, sorry. Wait, where is it? Here. Like, we have that. And that matches one of your Rabombs, where it's reasonably... Like, it's fast. Technically, it's a super armor. But we have that one ability and that. Doesn't Awakening Sage have plenty of... Doesn't Pre-Awakening Sage have plenty of super armors? No. I'll show you Pre-Awakening Sage. Unprotected. Unprotected. Forward guard, so not a super armor, right? It's a long animation that you're locked into. This is a forward guard while casting, but I'll show you the ability. That's that ability. So it's while you're like doing the initial cast, but as the ability's coming out, it's unprotected. Unprotected. This is a super armor, but it costs stamina and movement, so you can't use it for neutral. This is unprotected. This is forward guard. This is forward guard. And this one is super armor, but you've got to use the forward guard first that you're locked into. And this is forward guard. Right? We do not have any neutral in our main hand kit at all. We legit have this ability and this. That's it. That's all we have for getting stam back safely. Everything else is either unprotected or forward guard. And with the amount of classes that are in the game that can immediately abuse forward guard, it now means we can never get any stamina back because those classes are quite dominant in AOS, right? There's lots of classes where they just are fucking instantly behind your forward guard or even CCing you through it. So we have no way of getting stamina back because they removed 2 of our essays that we had. We used to have 4, right? We used to have also Lightning Prison and Dimensional Compression. Yeah, this, in order to use Automagia, which is a decent linger, and this might be some way they could help Awakening Sage, is by making this just its own ability instead of a flow. But I legit have to do this, which is a slow-ass animation that you're locked into, before I can go and then do this and linger in that. So it makes it completely unfeasible to do it. Because if somebody is on your ass chasing you down and you try to use a Tor's energy, they will instantly fuck you up. It's such a long, locked-in animation. The reason why you might think that Main Hand Sage has a lot of super armors is because of Succession. Succession has a buff that it gets off of its Rift Chain that Awakening doesn't. Rift Chain is this ability here, that when they use that ability and they come out, they gain 2 seconds of super armor that they can use with their forward guard. So that means that their ability, not only did all those forward guard abilities that I show, not only are they forward guard, but they're super armor forward guard on Suck Sage because of that buff that they get, that super armor buff. But that only applies to Suck Sage. Awakening Sage does not get that super armor on those abilities because of that. Yeah, obviously it's if you play properly, right? If you don't play properly, then Suck Sage will just have a forward guard ability, not a super armor forward guard. No, they shouldn't, Panda. What they should do is address the problem that actually people had with the class. The problem with Awakening Sage was the fact that while you're standing there, it was blinking around you the whole time, and every single time it moved, fully protected, you would be losing like 10 to 20% of your health. Nerf the fully protected movement damage, remove the range grab, and get rid of the slows. We were already running a stamina deficit before. The only reason why before all of these changes you guys didn't feel like Awakening Sage was running a stamina deficit is because it doesn't matter if it's running, if its stamina is going down regularly, it doesn't matter if you die before it hits 0 stamina, right? That's the problem. It doesn't matter if the Sage is running out of stamina if you're dead before it runs out of stamina. And that's the thing, is like you can go over the last few days, you can take a look at the beginning of my streams. I was watching the top Sages over previous seasons, whether it's Kaj, whether it's Curvy, whether it's Calb, although I was watching Calb fight other Sages. But these are top Sages that in previous seasons were top 100, #1 Sage, did the masterclass, right? These guys know how to play Sage. And they spend 80% of the fight just fucking running for their lives, desperately trying to get stamina. But while they're running, they're still doing damage with those movement abilities that are the fucking problem. And you'll see that despite the fact of running for 80% of the match, they're still sometimes getting top damage or close to top damage, right? Which is completely ridiculous. It shows that the stamina isn't the problem. It's the damage while doing fully protected movement. You should not be able to do fully protected movement and kill people with fully protected movement. Thank you. You gotta remember, before the patch that made Awakening Sage busted, people weren't complaining about Awakening Sage. Maybe in a 1v1 aspect, because obviously it was a strong 1v1 class. People always complaining about the strong 1v1 classes, like Awakened Ranger, right? People will always complain about it. Tamer, back in the day, right? Even though Tamer didn't perform in like any other area but 1v1, people will always complain about classes in a 1v1 aspect that are strong at 1v1. But nobody was complaining about Awakened Sage and like Solaire or in large scale or anything like that, because it just wasn't doing this obnoxiously fully protected movement damage. But it was that patch that not only did they give it the fully protected movement damage, but when they nerfed slows across the board, Awakened Sage's shock slows stayed the same. They did not get nerfed or removed. Basically, all of the big slows got nerfed worse than shock slows, but shock slows stayed the same. Awakened Ranger? No. I've never seen Awakened Rangers popping off. I'm not saying they did bad. They would like rat around, and sure, they could do good as rats, but they weren't top in charts. That's always been Suck Ranger. And honestly, if you engaged an Awakened Ranger on the side of a fight, that's your own fault. You shouldn't be doing that, because that Ranger, as soon as that Ranger tries to step into the ball fight, you get its fucking ass eaten by all the AoE damage. Yeah, I feel you, Kedge. Unfortunately, we're losing all of the OG Awakened Sages. All of the ones that actually persevered through the darkest days we had after reboots. A lot of them are quitting now, because they're forcing the class into a very boring play style, and they're doing just the wrong nerfs on top of it. Now it's just spam fully protected movement and full deaths in between and pray. It's not enjoyable. The hell are they doing upstairs? It sounds like they're moving the couch. They're moving a table without me? Yeah. Actually 5:30. We probably should wrap it up here. Yeah, it is super sad, Kedge. I literally called this shit back before even that patch on March of 2025. When that patch first hit Global Lab, I said, this is too much. They buffed the class in the wrong way. It's going to become brokenly overpowered, and they are going to nerf us into the ground because of it. And now here we are, as if they wanted to prove my point. I even said this is terrifying to me, knowing that what happened during reboots, where they did a lot of the wrong changes, what we saw them do with Awakened Drac, where they do a lot of the wrong changes before they finally do the right change. We're seeing we got to all over again with Awakening Sage. Almost sounded like the Fly Redeem. Wait, did you guys hear that too? Did my mic pick that shit up? Holy crap. Yeah, I should probably go eat and stuff. I got Siege and stuff this evening. So I should probably wrap it up here. It's just a shame, right? because they overbuffed the class. You had a ton of the flavor of the month people come to it. And they nerf it into the ground to the point where not only are the flavor of the month people leaving it, who obviously are going to end up leaving anyways, they'll always go to whatever is the next best thing. But now you even have the OGs before it was busted saying, enough's enough. This class is on the precipice of becoming a ghost town again. And it's fucking sad, man. Let's see what we get from our boxes. We have 89 of these to open. You think we're going to get any of those, whatchamacallit? Auspicious? Ooh. Oh, roots. Okay, we opened our ores. Let's see how we do with these. No ring, no ring, no rings from any of those? Oh my god. Yeah, by the way, everybody, Mother's Day tomorrow. Make sure you call your mamas. Okay, let's see if we get any auspicious ones. Ooh, 2 of them, chat. Let's see. The first box. We didn't cheer, so I think that's the crappy one. Yeah. Still 500 crons, even on the crappy one, right? Where is it? Yeah, right here. We got 100, 200, and 500. What about this one? Oh, another crappy box. So, what is that? 1,200, 1,600 crons? Like 4.5 bill just worth of crons. This event is so awesome. That's like a free hour of grinding. What the hell? Why is this thing popping up all of a sudden? I wasn't even grinding. What am I putting that in there for? Oh shit. Actually no, never mind. You stole someone's orb? No, this is mine. I know, I was AFK far enough over here, or sorry, long enough over here that I thought I was going to get the energy dissipated, right? But yeah, that energy dissipating is basically the timer stopping because you moved on, but I guess that didn't pop up. It'll probably say the energy dissipated as soon as this is over. It goes red? Maybe. We're blue. Can we go yellow? Not a bad grind day today, though. Made a good amount of cheddar. No, blue it is. But this one's going to give us a ring for sure. Let's go! What are frenzies even used for? I'm still so surprised that those things actually sell. Okay, everybody. Thank you for hanging out today. I hope you all have a wonderful day. You don't sit on any Caphras. Don't really feel any need to. I grind enough that I can get Caphras back. It's not a big deal. But thanks for watching today, everybody. I hope you all have a wonderful day. Thank you for all the gifted subs today, Hamanama Apua. It was tremendously generous of you. I appreciate that so much. I'm gonna send you guys over to Armin today. I don't get a lot of opportunities to raid Armin. He's one of the goats at AOS. If you want to actually learn the PvP and like see somebody who, you know, practices really good situational awareness, reflexes, and all that, definitely can learn a lot just by watching them. But thanks for hanging out. Go say hi to Armin. And we'll be back on Monday, the day after tomorrow. We obviously won't be here tomorrow. We normally don't stream Sundays, and it's Mother's Day.